Bueka, can you hear my voice?
Yes, crystal clear.
Okay. Thank you. Dear speakers and audience, a very good, a very fresh morning to all of you. We are glad, we are grateful for being able to get together today, despite of the time of challenge, despite the time of uncertainty.
Yes, sure, Mr. Retang. But before I continue, would you please give me a favor? Now, please put your best smile on the camera. I want to see it. And Mr. Retang want to see it too. That's great. Now this conference, this Celt International Conference, will be as great as your smile. So, the Faculty of Language and Art of Sugio Pranoto Catholic University warmly welcome you as its 6th Celt International Conference. And now I want to introduce your phenomenal Master of Ceremony, the lecturer of law, Mr. Letang Wahangera. Please give your reaction. It's a plus reaction or love reaction. And the reaction feature is on your right, at the bottom of the right. Okay. And me as the partner, thank you for the reactions. And me as the partner, the student of law, my name is Irene, and we will serve you and guide you for today's event.
Ladies and gentlemen, before getting started, allow us to quickly remind you of our programs today. First, we will have an opening prayer, singing the national anthem of Indonesia, opening speeches, watching some videos, and then, of course, taking pictures.
Of things happen.
Yes, and around 8:30, we will start the first plenary presentations by Professor Radhika, Professor Yovita, and Dr. Henny. And then after another photo session, entertainment from Flacostic.
Around 1:50, we re-enter the main Zoom room for the second plenary presentations by Dr. Angelica, Dr. Patricia, Dr. Adi Anggono, and then hopefully we are going to wrap up around 5 p.m. And now, dear audience and speakers, before we start the main program, let us pray, and I will lead this prayer in Catholic tradition. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen. Dear Lord, thank you for being merciful to us and provide us good health and many other blessings, especially during this difficult time. We pray for each one participating in this conference, the audience, the committee members, and the speakers. May every attitude be an expression of the fruits of the Spirit, love, joy, peace, patience, and kindness. Though we are gathering virtually, may your Holy Spirit unite us as one, convey your supreme wisdom upon our activities, so that our time for sharing may reach a successful conclusion. Thank you for being our source of guidance today. Lord, hear our prayer in Jesus' name. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Retang, for the wonderful prayer. So now be ready because we are going to sing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya.
Indonesia
Thank you, operator, for sharing the screen for us today. Now, let me invite Dr. Ekawati Dukut as the Chief Committee of the conference to say a few words. Dr. Ekawati, the mic is yours.
Thank you so much, beautiful Irene. Your fresh face is making us very happy. And also, Pak Retang Wohangara, we would love to hear you sing also in this ceremony when possible. Yes, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Professor Ridwan Sanjaya, our rector. Good morning also our invited speakers, Professor Radhika Gajala, Professor Novita Dewi, and then Dr. Patricia Hartwig, Dr. Angelica Riandari, Dr. Ibu Emilianini Aidawati, Dr. Heni Hartono, and Dr. Adiang Roni. I hope this morning you are all freshened up. You had a great sleep last night, and so you would be able to inspire us with your plenary speeches today. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference is Arts and Entrepreneurship in Language Studies. It is our 6th CIC, Celt International Conference. The first conference was around 2001. We usually have our conference every 3 years. Unlike other conferences, maybe they're doing it year by year, but we deliberately make a 3-year conference, and so that we can put in quality in our conference. And I believe this conference is as qualified as the other conferences that we had. Well, the idea of making up this theme or topic, as we say, arts and entrepreneurship in language studies, is because of the COVID-19. For some people, COVID-19 is making us feel sad because we are losing our loved ones. But at the same time, COVID-19 is making us creative, innovative. If we try to look back 2 years ago, we probably wouldn't know how to operate Zoom, but today we are operating it, we are using it for conferences, we are also using the breakout rooms. And so even though everyone is in their homes, we are all connected and we are in this very big digital room. And when there is that possibility, you would even be seeing yourself in YouTube. Okay, so look forward to the YouTube of this conference also. With this kind of condition, it means also that students can jump from one classroom to another classroom. The classroom is not only because of different walls, but because of different countries. We are all in this big world, and this world is borderless. Borderless by means that I can be in America right now. I can also be in the Philippines, and I can also be in Malaysia. You are there from different countries, and you are here now in Semarang, right? Right this minute, enjoying this conference. So coming back to the idea that also with our Indonesian ministry, there is the involvement of Campus Merdeka. Merdeka meaning free. So our campus is now free to take. We can go to De La Salle. We can go to Bowling Green State University. We can go to, I don't know, maybe in Sydney or even in Gainesville, Florida University. And so we take what we want. And right now, what's happening is most universities have the ability to make that if a student is taking a course in, say, for example, in De La Salle University, it means that the teachers are from there, but the scores is then able to be transferred into our scoring system. And what's great about that is we take this course overseas, but we pay in our own local money. So it is for those courses. So lecturers now are being challenged. It's no longer a traditional lecture where they would just read a book in front of the classroom. It's not now reading a book, but sharing students a YouTube or a video, and it's got to be made lively. It's no longer a case where teachers are just talking in front of the camera without taking the opportunity of other digital media into the interaction. And so it becomes very creative and also very innovative because teachers will have to create their own to make sure that it adheres to the curriculum and the syllabus that they are making. So now with the idea that graduates should be made so that they can become people that are useful for businesses, that are useful for cooperations, it means that we have to make our students become reliable. And so even if possible, even before they graduate, they already have a place to work for. And this is why we have this entrepreneurship in here. So I'm challenging the speakers who are here today. How should we make our lessons creative and so it becomes profitable, not only for the students, but also for the businesses, the corporations that will employ them. Employment is no longer local, employment is global. Our students can be working in Australia at this very same time because we are mostly on the digital platform. Okay, so I hope to be hearing some ideas from the speakers today, and especially for our plenary speakers. I noticed that there will also be a talk on folklore. Folklore is also important because by knowing our local materials, we are also able to advance globally. Okay, so audience, I am very happy to report that we have around 80 speakers from around 45 abstracts. These people are coming from 15 cities of Indonesia. They come from Jakarta, Riau, Surabaya, Malang, Manado, Semarang, Solo, Ponorogo, Bandung, Bekasi, Kudus, Ambon, Salatiga, Jogja, and the farthest is Papua. I'm also very happy that we have speakers here from the Philippines, from Malaysia, and also from the USA, not just because they are plenary speakers, but they are also our parallel speakers. So many congratulations to us. I believe that we are making ourselves we are qualified people to have this international conference. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for everyone's participation. I wish success and good luck for everyone. Thank you. I give the time back to the MC.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Eka and Alfie from Sumatra. You need to add one more. Yeah, Alfie from Sumatra.
I forgot.
Okay,
That's
thank
right.
you. Okay, thank you, Dr. Eka, for giving us the background of the conference. And now to formally open the conference, we give the time to our rector, Professor Ridwan Sanjaya, Director of the Sugio Pranata Catholic University, to deliver his speech. Prof. Ridwan Sanjaya, the time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Retang. Dear Pak Retang, Bu Ekawati, professors, speakers, and all participants, good morning. I would like to welcome all speakers and participants to the event, which is held by the Faculty of Language and Arts of Sugio Pranoto Catholic University I would also like to say welcome to Professor who became the first plenary speaker of today's event. We have worked together in a research all year. I hope all of you could enjoy all the presentation and discussion. As a lecturer in the business and technology, who is often associated with the future, I'm sure today's conference will be interesting because it is related with the future of our generation after pandemic COVID-19. The topic of conference on arts and entrepreneurship in language studies is highly relevant to the recent condition. A topic that might not be common at the time of my undergraduate studies. However, disruptive innovation has encouraged many faculties in language and arts to connect themselves with the art and especially with entrepreneurship. We are all required to seek and adapt to the changes that are now happening in the world of education due to the impact of COVID-19. Broadening horizon and brainstorming with many people are needed to get new ideas and solutions related to the formulation of language education in the future. People in education sector are required to prepare many plans to face the current and future change. Forcing ourselves to stay unchanged will make us lose a lot of opportunities in educating our younger generation. Understanding and adapting the changes will allow us to integrate the good values into our learning process. In the era called the Great Reset, we all have the opportunity to start for the first time and become pioneers in new formulas in the world of education. We should not let or even throw away this historic opportunity. I'm grateful to receive information from the committee that there are more than 100 participants from 4 countries, 17 cities in Indonesia, who will present today. With the 100 people who will think together about learning innovation, I believe there will be out of the box thinking for language education. I hope that the discussion of speakers, especially from across the world, will produce insight that give impact to the development of our respective disciplines. I congratulate to the committee of lecturers and students from the Faculty of Language and Arts who have organized this event. I hope all speakers and participants could enjoy this seminar from beginning to end, even though in the virtual world. Thank you. God bless you. Have a good smile today, as a suggestion from the MC. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Ridwan. As the suggestion of Professor Ridwan too, please give the reaction of your best smile for Professor Ridwan speech for today's evening, for today's morning. Okay, before coming to the plenary session, how about watching a performance by the Faculty of Language and Arts students music group, Niki Musiku. Ladies and gentlemen, Niki Musiku. a very big applause for Nikki Musiku. Thank you for the reaction, everyone. So before we continue to the next agenda, I want to remind you something. Here, the webinar Unika Sugyo Pranoto has already provided you the attendance link for the attendance. Don't forget to click and fill in the attendance link, okay? And then I want to remind you also to please mute yourself during the session after this, okay? Don't forget to mute yourself and turn on your camera so that the interaction in this plenary session will be as good as your smile today. So
Excuse me,
now,
Irene. Excuse
yes,
me, Irene.
yes.
Let's make a countdown so this session will be formally open. Please, Timothy.
Okay. International Conference. Please give your reaction by using applause. Yay. Okay, now we are about to start the first plenary session, and we kindly ask the moderator, Ibu Wuryani Hartanto, to guide us in this plenary presentation. Wuryani, are you ready?
Yes, Irene, thank you.
Okay, the virtual floor is yours, Ibu Wuryani.
Thank you, Irene. Can you all hear me? Okay, good. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all, and a pleasant good evening to Professor Radhika Gajala in Ohio, USA. I believe that it's night time over there, right? How are you, Professor Gajala? Are you with us now?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm doing good, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. As far as I can remember, this is the second time for Professor Gajala to be a guest speaker in our Celt seminar. She was one of the speakers in 2012 Celt seminar. And at that time, Professor Gajala was talking to us through Skype. Am I right, Professor Gajala?
Yes, I also came, I don't know if it was a Celt conference, but I also came on a Fulbright in 2012 to your campus.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, Professor Gajala, on behalf of the Faculty of Language and Arts and the 6th Celt Seminar Committee, I'd like to thank you for your time and willingness to be one of the guest speakers again in our Celt today. Ladies and gentlemen, in this first plenary session, we will have 3 presenters, namely Professor Radhika Gajala from Bowling Green State University, Ohio, Professor Novita Dewi from Sanata Dharma, Yogyakarta, and Dr. Heni Hartono from the Faculty of Language and Arts, Unika Sugyo Pranoto. To begin with, I'd like to inform you that later, if you have questions during any of the presentation, please feel free to type on the chat bar, and I will read some of the questions, sorry, only some, due to the limited time, during the Q&A session. And please don't forget to mention to which speaker you direct your question. If time permits, of course, we can give you a chance to ask directly to the speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to introduce the first plenary speaker, Professor Radhika Gajala. Professor Gajala has got so many accomplishments and experiences in the field of study that it seems hard to recount them all here. But as customary, I will try to summarize her long CV as a prelude to her address. Professor Radhika Gajala is a professor at School of Media and Communication and School of Cultural and Critical Studies at Bowling Green State University, Ohio, USA. She earned her BA in English Literature, Political Science and Economics at the Nizam's College, Osmania University, Hyderabad, India. Her MA in Corporate Communication at Duquesne University, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and her PhD in Media Studies, also at University of Pittsburgh. Professor Gajala has occupied different academic and administrative positions in her home institution, Bowling Green State University, since 1997. She has also taught various subjects, such as intercultural communication, gender and communication, gender and technology, and so forth to undergraduate students. Also various courses like humanistic research method, digital humanities, computer-mediated cultures, and many more to postgraduate students. Apart from her teaching experience, Professor Gajala has also been involved in supervising doctorate students from both inside and outside her home institution in doing their research. She has also conducted various research projects and received some grants, such as analysis of COVID response networks in Africa, a grant received from the Robert Koch Institute, Noordhoever, Berlin. She is also a recipient of the Teresa Award for the Advancement of Feminist Scholarship 2020 from the International Communication Association Feminist Studies Division. In addition to all that have been mentioned above, there is also a wide range of publications that Professor Gajala has made that it is impossible to be mentioned here to the limited time. She has also been invited to numerous international seminars, both in USA and overseas. This morning, Professor Gajala is going to talk about transnational and cross-context digital teaching projects in about 25 minutes. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Professor Radhika Gajala. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Gajala.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you for inviting me. Selamat pagi. I think it's in the morning for you. I'm going to open up my PowerPoint. Right. And I think I have to put it as a slideshow in order for you to see it properly. So I'm sorry about that. If you can see my screen and everything else, I'm sorry about that. So today, thank you very much to the organizations, to Bu Eka, to Bu Henny, Bu Hatanto, to Pa Ridwan. Sanjay, nice to see you again. I am wearing a token from our last visit together on field visit. Thank you very much. I'm sorry if I'm missing anybody of the organizers. Only the few names that I saw that I'm mentioning. It is a pleasure to speak here. Today, I'm going to talk mainly about my experience teaching using the internet tools, because I have been using these since 1996 in the classroom. Of course, the intensity with which we have been using online tools, fully online, the whole world literally online since 2020, March for us, and I think maybe earlier for some people, is a totally different move for going fully online. So, but I'll talk about a few of the assignments we have done, and a few of the things that we have learned along the way. But I also feel that the experience that we are going through with the whole universities all over the world going online is a whole new experience. And so sometimes some of the projects that we might have planned and developed with certain components of some people being offline to help us with this may or may not be that successful in a fully online context. One thing is for sure, we have to change the way we teach. So for instance, last fall, when I had to teach a 100-student large lecture and I had to do it to Zoom, I didn't feel like it was done well at all, because that model obviously doesn't work that well if you want to get your students involved. Whereas in a physical class, you can get them involved in activities in a different way. So Zoom teaching and Zoom connectivity works to a certain extent, depending on how much efforts the students can put into it. It's not just the teachers. So, and as I think Buika mentioned in the introduction to this conference, there is a lot of creativity that several people are doing. So by all means, whatever I say here may sound very outdated otherwise, but let me talk about then, let me just move on and let me see if it moves. Okay, so the key here when we are teaching online is I've always approached teaching online as an engagement with people. So it's not a one-way direction talking at people. It has to be engaging the students in different ways. And in my early years in my PhD, because my focus is also in media studies, I started experimenting with various online tools, such as the text-based MUDs and MOOs and bulletin boards. And in 1995, we had the first few public web pages. And so I introduced students to that. There was a lot of experimentation amongst teachers, especially in English departments in those days. And several of us were trying to use these tools to get the students to think about the world in different ways. And English teachers were trying to use these to make people think about writing. Language teachers were trying to use these to teach different languages. People like me were also trying to make them think in terms of what does it mean to be in a different cultural context, because the online context is also a different culture from a lot of our physical geographic cultures. But also I would use the online learning environments to to put into doubt the meanings we took for granted in our everyday. So for instance, when we were talking about intercultural communication, I would make my students build chairs online and then ask them, because if you build an object online, it would probably not allow you to physically sit down. So you have to type and say that you sat down. You narrate the instance of sitting down. So I would ask them, then does that mean that that is really a chair if you describe it as a chair? And what does it mean when you go perhaps from the United States to another culture and you think that just because of what you know in the United States, that some kind of object is a chair, but it is actually a prayer stool, and you do something wrong there, right? So I used to talk them through all their basic assumptions about culture by making them work with technology. As I moved into Bowling Green State University to teach classes in intercultural communication, and I started using also international, transnational collaborations, as well as cross-university collaborations to make them work together using the online tools and get projects done. So for instance, one of the first projects I did when I worked with one of my colleagues who was then in Florida, we had our students together just use purely the online technologies and build websites on topics, make YouTube. In those days, they were not YouTube, but make video logs of and videos and journals. Likewise, as we eventually, I also connected with my collaborators in India, because I was doing ethnographic work in handloom weaving communities. And I connected my students in my classes to the handloom weavers and told them that they had to, this is the connection with entrepreneurship. I told them that they had to build a website for their clients, and their clients are in India. And they could not, I mean, there is a certain, sometimes unintentional arrogance on the part of English-speaking countries' students, where they think that the rest of the world must speak their language. But and so, or if they don't speak it, then they're uneducated. But this was a challenge for them in that they had to the clients were in India. And this was in the heyday of offshore labor that was coming from other places to the US. And sometimes, so one of my students then said, I have to do this well, I have to behave well, because you never know, somebody there might employ me. And so, then I thought the point has been got across, because it is not just the global north businesses that will employ workers from the global south, but also there will be global people who from the global north, students who will need to be employed in the global south. So the power structures were put into question. What they took for granted were put into question by making them work so closely through online tools with weavers and their businesses in India. And then, of course, after I visited, we had done several other community projects with local biracial community and others. We worked, through internet, but also using technology. But then we also, I'm not sure if I have this here. We could talk about that later. We also, after my visit, that Bu Eka invited me to Surya Pranata University in 2012. I came as a Fulbright scholar for 2-3 weeks, and I connected with students in your institution when I was teaching there, doing my visiting lectures. And some of those students and some of the instructors also then connected with me via Facebook. And I set up a collaboration with some students and with my class students to do a project which we call the Lady Gaga project. Because that time, I don't know if anyone of the students here is old enough to remember 2012, but the rest of us remember a little bit that in 2012, at the time that I was visiting Samarang, I was hearing that Lady Gaga was supposed to visit Indonesia, and that there was an objection from the authorities, religious authorities, to her visiting, even though a lot of the younger generation fans were excited about her possibly coming. So there were various issues around this visit. The visit, partly it was also security issues, because people were worried that if she actually came, she might face other kinds of pushbacks. So I asked my students to interview the collaborators, the students from Samarang, Surya Pranata University, to find out the cultural context and the political situation, and to find out the full story about what their take on this whole issue around Lady Gaga was. And then I put them into groups where there was one group that would be the group that was advising Lady Gaga as her PR agents. And there we had that group from my class would then connect with students from Surya Pranata University. So, and then they would come up with a public relations statement about whether she would go to Indonesia or not, if she was not going. And on the other side, I also had a group that would be the foreign embassy agents who would be advising in terms of security and other things, foreign policy agents about this whole issue. So these groups from my class connected with students and some of the faculty in your university, and they produced reports. The end result are not super excellent reports, but the students learned that this is the way of the future. As Professor Ridwan was saying, this is the way of the future, how businesses will be working and how businesses have been working for the past 20 years, in fact. And so this is how that students in US also need to be trained is to how to work with international context, how to understand a political situation, a cultural situation, without being arrogant in their assessment of the issue. So we did that, and that was productive. And yet another model was, Wikipedia editing was something that we used to take on, and a class in I think this is Los Angeles, and my class worked together on taking up issues around Wikipedia editing and creating of art. But the question is, now, all this sounds really good when you talk about it after the fact. After you have reports, it sounds like a success story. However, there are questions about this exchange, about going fully online. And these questions come to us in our face right now in COVID times. And we want to ask, is technology an opportunity or a barrier for learning? Does it have to be either or, right? We might ask, under what conditions is it an opportunity for learning? When most of the time, not having access to people, in-person classroom education is actually a barrier for learning. But as was stated by several of you earlier on, there are various universities taking the opportunity angle by opening up internationally connections, and there's a great deal of excitement around that. But there is also huge barriers to learning as well, because not everybody can learn through looking at the screen, through listening, through operating technology. There are varying degrees of disabilities, there are varying degrees of access issues. And also, I mean, with the whole world being on Zoom, we never know when Zoom's crashing either, but Zoom is not the only way to do learning, right? Zoom just basically becomes talking heads. It's not necessarily a creative use of technology. It just connects us. So I think I'm going to encourage everyone to start to think about opportunities and barriers for learning and take a kind of a tentative approach to this adoption of technology. Now, in these last couple of years, we couldn't avoid doing it. We've learned a lot from not being able to avoid, but I, for one, am going to be really super happy to go back in person and teach my classes, because when I go in person and teach my classes, I can give them in my research methods class, I could actually give them something physical to pull apart and put back together, and to think about what it means to make meaning, rather than constantly stare at the screen and the alienation of constantly staring at the screen. So yes, online learning tools are useful, but not as a seamless, continuous mode as we have been doing these past year and a half. And that's what COVID has taught me, right? And I'm sorry, I changed my slide a little late. I did the examples first and I moved to this. So I do want to say that I understand that it's a great opportunity, but it's also something that we need to still think about how we can use it creatively. I've been recently doing some research, thinking in terms of telemedicine in this context, and how many doctors, and we've been interviewing medical professionals and doctors in India, and hopefully we will be interviewing in other places as well. So if anybody of you is interested, please feel to connect. But in this conversation with various kinds of doctors and patients, I just came off of one conversation with somebody in the US who was saying that for the normal consultation, a lot of doctors actually like doing just Zoom consultations because it's a routine consultation. and there's different ways in which they're moving, and that makes it sound like telemedicine is great. But then I've also been talking to doctors and medical professionals in India who talk about different kinds of access issues, and about what what kinds of skills are needed on the part of a patient, including the ability to cognitively recognize that somebody is talking to you from the screen. If there is somebody, for instance, who has a mental illness, and the doctor tries to do teleconnecting with them, the patient may actually not know that they are being talked to by a doctor. They might just think this is just another television playing. So the thing there is that there are many, many complex situations we face in our lives, and we are not able to solve them just by going on Zoom. So I want to push and challenge everyone who's trying to think about how to make the best of this situation, to actually use this time to think about different ways in which we could create opportunities for learning that are not just us talking at other people through Zoom. So that's my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gajala.
Stop share. Yes. Thank you.
Very, very interesting and inspiring. All right, so we've actually still got 10 minutes left. Yeah.
Did I finish too soon? I guess I could take Q&A if you wanted. Sorry about that.
Oh, all right then. But the Q&A session will be at the end of the...
Okay, then let's just go on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Gajala, for your very inspiring talk. Yeah, I believe that we have learned a lot from your presentation today, especially your experience in conducting online international collaborative research, online teaching classroom, and also your project, your medical project, online medical project. I remember that in 2012, you already introduced us to online teaching, just exactly as what we are doing now. And that is far before the pandemic era. And now you've just introduced us to international digital collaborative research. Well, I hope that this will inspire us to do similarly. Thank you again, Professor Gajala. And I think we should move on to the next presenter or the next speaker. Is Professor Novita here? Professor Novita Dewi, are you with us now? Professor Novita Dewi? Professor Novita Dewi is not yet here. Then probably we can use the time. We still have about 7 minutes. If you would like to directly ask questions to Professor Gajala, I would like to invite participants who want to ask questions to Professor Gajala. You can even ask direct question to Professor Gajala. Can you please give a sign of or raise your hand, a symbol of raise your hand, if you want to ask question to Professor Gajala. Bu Eka.
Hello, yes, Bu Riani. We just received information that Prof. Novita is having problems with her laptop. She would like to be in the evening session, and she will be replaced by Dr. Adianggono. So we would like to have Dr. Heni Hartono first, and then followed by Dr. Adianggono.
Okay, thank you for your information, Bu Eka. Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I should like to proceed with Dr. Heni Hartono, who is supposed to be the third speaker, but because of Professor Novita Dewi's problem, so I would like to invite Dr. Heni Hartono, Yeah. Dr. Henny Hartono is one of our colleagues who teaches at the Faculty of Language and Arts, Unika Sugio Pranoto Semarang. She is also a prolific writer of books and articles in both journals and newspapers. To know more about her, about Dr. Henny Hartono, I'd like to read her brief curriculum vitae, which she has prepared herself. Thank you, Dr. Hartono. Yeah. Dr. Henny Hartono is an associate professor at the English Department, Faculty of Language and Arts, Sugio Pranoto Catholic University. Currently, she also serves as the Director of International Affairs and Cooperation Office in our faculty, in our university. She received her undergraduate degree in English language and literature from Gadjah Mada University, one of the most prominent and the oldest university in Indonesia. Master and doctorate degree in English education from Semarang State University. She also joined a sandwich program while pursuing her doctorate degree at the Department of Teaching and Learning, College of Education and Human Ecology, the Ohio State University, USA in 2012. In 2019, she got a leadership professional training at Harvard University as a United Board Fellow. Her research interests include second language acquisition, teaching English as a foreign language, and currently she is involved in research related with the integration of technology in language assessment. She has published 7 books and more than 30 research papers in national and international conferences and journals. Before her current position as the Director of International Affairs and Cooperation Office, she was the Associate Director of the Research and Community Service Center, Unika Sugio Pranoto, and the Dean of the Faculty of Language and Arts. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in this seminar, Dr. Henny Hartono is going to present her paper entitled International Experiences for Students' Personal Development. And I'd like to remind you once again to write your questions on the chat bar if you have questions to be asked to Dr. Henny during her presentation. Dr. Henny will have more or less 30 minutes for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Henny Hartono.
Ibu Wuryani, thank you for the nice introductions. Very good morning, everyone, and good evening, Prof. Radhika Gajala. It's my honor to be here and to share with all of you some of my thoughts about internalizations in higher education. Before I start my presentations, allow me to share my screen. Okay. All right. Okay, today I'm going to share about international experiences for students' personal development. Hopefully my slide is okay and you all can see it clearly. And to begin my presentations, let me start with a brief introduction to my topic this morning. It all starts with the issue of globalization. I'm trying to describe the globalization process through this simple picture. As you can see here, everyone is rushing, everyone is running to the world. And this is what is happening right now, the globalizations. As a process, as a process by which ideas, information, knowledge, product, and service spread all over the world, globalization has affected almost all aspects of human life, including our world, educational world. We want it or not, we like it or not, it affects our educational world. And of course, it brings good and bad effects. It has positive and negative effects. Some people are still arguing about it. But I want us to stay positive let's see this as a wake-up call for us, for educators, for us who are working within the educational world, that this is just the right time for us to prepare our students to be as qualified as possible, to be as qualified as it is much needed by the world. And let's see this globalization process as a process that allows us to assess the open information and the open market, yeah, to give our graduates a chance to go global. And you know, the open access to global informations and market, as I said before, is like a wake-up call for us to prepare our students to be as qualified as it much needed by the global world. And indeed, the world needs graduates who can easily adjust themselves with cross-culture and nations, just like what Prof. Gajala just explains to us just now about things that we can do in this era. But let's look at deeper today into what we can do to prepare our students to be as qualified graduates for the global world. Okay. One among the effort of supporting globalizations in higher education is giving students opportunities for exposure to international programs. Giving students direct international experiences during their studies show an effective effort of preparing students to become future global leaders. In this case, our institutions, our educational institutions is playing an important role to prepare our students to be tomorrow's or future's global leaders, by giving them things that can equip them as tough global leaders. And one of the efforts is through the international exposure. Each person was born with inbuilt skills to develop themselves, but as they grow, they always need support from others to help them achieve their fullest potential. And in this area, educational institution is taking role to help students grow not only in their hard skills but also in their soft skills. Personal development becomes a very important thing to think about at this time, because this is one of the most important components that will equip our students with all of the qualities that they need after they graduate and they are ready to go into the market, go into the real world, and they are ready to embrace this globalization's world. And this is what we need to do. Okay. Countries and companies need more highly educated, informed, and skilled populations to compete and thrive in the world today. I quote it from Kaur, and this is true. Yeah, at these times in the globalization era, the world, countries, and also companies, of course, they need graduates who are qualified, graduates who are not only smart, but graduates who are ready to compete with everyone else in this world, not only in our country, but across countries, because we are in a global era right now. And this is a challenge for us, the challenge for the educational world to prepare our students. Higher education, in this case, is called to effectively help students achieve their best through their personal development. And the personal development, if we talk about personal development, I have to borrow against the definitions from Maslow, that this is a lifelong process by which someone can access their skills and qualities to achieve their maximum potential. And this is the things that the students' needs, and we have to help them grow their potential, and we also help them to have to help them develop themselves, develop their potentials during their study in higher educations, not only in hard skills but also in their soft skills. And personal development itself consists of activities that develop a person's capabilities and potentials, build human capital, facilitate employability, and also enhance quality of life and realizations of dreams and aspirations. And here, what we need to do to prepare our students to embrace the global world. And back to my main concern here, giving students direct international experiences during their study shows an effective effort of preparing students to become future global leaders. And the international experience will give students a lot of benefits for their personal development. Yeah, after we see just now the definitions of personal developments and why the students need to give more concerns on their personal development, because they need to prepare themselves as tomorrow future leader, future global leaders, not only future leader, but future global leaders, then we have to support them. One among the efforts to support them is through the international exposure that we provide for the students during their study at the higher educations. We will see the benefits or the qualities that students can get as benefits when they join international programs that will be very useful for their personal development. Yeah, this morning, yeah, I will show you at least there are five qualities that will embrace students' personal development. Those qualities or skills include communication skills, interpersonal skills, problem-solving skills, adaptability skills, and leadership skills. And all of these skills include the hard skills and the soft skills. We will see them one by one. Let us start with the first skills that can be the benefit for students' personal development when they join international programs, and they will get this as one of the benefits. The communication skills. Good communications will allow people to convey their thoughts with clarity and confidence. And this is our main issue actually in the language studies. We have to prepare our students to be a good or a competent communicator in the target language. In this case, if we talk about English as the target language, and we have to prepare our students to be competent in that language. And I borrowed the definitions of communicative competence from Celt from 2007. She experiences there are at least 6 aspects of communicative competence that someone should have if she or he can be called as a competent speaker or a competent communicator. Those communicative aspects include linguistic competence, which includes the ability to use the language appropriately, to know the language, to know the rules of the language, to know how to use the language in the correct way, the structure, the grammar of the language, and other things related to the linguistic things. This is the linguistic competence. And then socio-cultural competence. Our students are also needs to have socio-cultural competence. This is the ability to use the language appropriately according to the social context, to the socio-cultural context. So they will know exactly how to pick up the right word, how to accompany their utterances with the right gesture, body language when they are communicating with other people. And also discourse competence, the ability to use the language appropriately according to the context, and also according to the social purpose of the communications. And also formulaic competence, yeah, the competence or the ability to use the target language just like the native speakers use it. This is not easy. This is not easy for our students, but by having a lot of practices, I believe they can improve their communicative competence. And also interactional competence. Yes, students are also expected to have interactional competence. The ability to use the language to communicate with other people, to build interpersonal relationship with other people, to perform several actions through their language. And one more thing, which is also important in the aspect of communicative competence, the strategic competence. This is the ability to compensate the communications breakdowns. So they know how to compensate the barriers during the communications, and they can overcome the pauses and also the problems they have when they are communicating with other people. Okay, when students join international programs, they will meet a lot of people from around the world, and they will learn how to communicate with other people. And when they are engaged in such communications, they will be trained to use their abilities in the language, in the target language. And this is a good exercise for them to improve their communication skill, to develop their communicative competence. So by joining international programs, by having international experiences, students will get this benefit, improving their communication skill. And of course, as institutions who are responsible to prepare students for language use, then this is our duty to prepare them to be a competent speaker. All right, then the next skill that I want to show you is the interpersonal skill. By joining international programs and having international experiences, students will also get students will also be able to improve their interpersonal skills. The interpersonal skills will help students build relationships and make an impressions on others in social situations. By having interpersonal skills, good interpersonal skills, of course, they will be able to widen their network. Yeah. By joining international programs, they will meet new friends, they will meet new people, they will meet new professors, they will study with a professor from different countries, from different universities, and this will give them different colors in their life. And they will also improve their interpersonal skills, which is, of course, very important for their future. And then next benefit is problem-solving skills. Problem-solving skills enable students to find the best solutions when they encounter obstacles. When they join international programs, especially if they join offline programs, but at these times we cannot have the offline programs. But previously, we also had offline programs for students to be involved in the international programs. If they join, let's say, dual degree programs or students exchange programs, and they have to stay away from their family, from their home, from their faculties, I believe they will face a lot of problems, and they are trained to solve the problems themselves because they have to be independent in this case. So joining those international programs will train them to improve their problem-solving skills, which is also very important and much needed in the global world, especially later after they graduate and they are ready to go directly into the society. All right, the next skill is the adaptability skill. Adaptability skills let students adjust to new things quickly and easily, in addition to staying calm during unanticipated situations. Yeah. Students who join international programs, they will get used to adapt themselves with different situations, with different cultures, with different way of learning, with different way of life. Yeah. And this kind of skills is also needed by students, by graduates. Later, if they have to work somewhere, we don't know where, and they have to adjust themselves, then they will find it easy to adjust themselves, because they have trained themselves during their study, and they train this through their experiences when they join the international programs. And the last skill is the leadership skill. Leadership skill helps students guide others and then boost morale and also build confidence. Yeah, of course, when they join, international programs, they are challenged to organize an activity or to present something and to work in a team, to lead others. And this is also a good practice, a good real practice for our students. So it really helps students build their confidence as a leader, and it contributes a lot to their personal development. So from all of the skills that I have shown you just now, we can learn that the benefits that students get through international programs, or while they are joining international programs and they get international experiences, they will not only improve their hard skills, but also soft skills. Yeah, for students in this department, for example, they do not only improve their hard skills in using the language, but also their soft skills through various activities that they do. Okay, all seems well, all seems good, but how can it work? All right. Okay, I quote dear Dove, yeah, who mentions that to support internationalizations in higher education, then resources, including students, infrastructure or facilities, curriculum, system, and supportive leaders should work together as a great teamwork. We need enthusiastic students. Yeah, we need enthusiastic students. We are enthusiastic, but if our students are not enthusiastic, if our students are not proactive, then it means nothing. And then we also have to provide good infrastructure or facility that will support the learning process and also the programs that we designed, and also the curriculums. Yeah, we have to make sure that our curriculum can accommodate international programs. Our curriculum can accommodate international activities that can be joined by our students. And also another component which is important is supportive leaders. Supportive leaders. It should be supported by our leaders. Yeah, supported by our leaders from the top management until probably the lowest ones. All should work together to support the programs, and everyone must work together as a great teamwork. Okay, in my next slide, I will show you some of the activities that we have in our university, and especially the ones which involve students from English department, from the Faculty of Language and Art, as part of our effort to prepare our students to embrace the globalizations and to prepare them to be qualified graduates. All right, here, yeah, as you can see, student exchange programs. Yeah, in these pictures, I took some pictures of our students from English departments when they join student exchange programs in some countries. They look happy, and I believe they learned a lot from this program. They learned to work with different people. They also met different friends, new teachers, new professors. They also learned new cultures, and they admitted that all of the things that they got from the student exchange programs really enriched their life. And even some of them admitted that this is like a turning point of their life after they joined the student exchange program. It's like a turning point of their life. They can see themselves as a better person after they join the student exchange program. And this is, of course, a very good signal for us. And it is also a positive feedback for us. And then, next, I want to show you our other activity. Yeah, okay. We also have inbound program. Students from other countries, they come to our campus, so our universities, so that our students can meet those foreign students. They can work together, they can have activities together, and they can feel the international atmosphere. And this also helps students build their self-confidence when they communicate with new people, when they share with their friends. They feel confidence because they have ever in touch with the foreign students. Here are some activities that we have with some international students who came to our campus as scholars, as researchers, and also as students for short period programs and also for regular programs. And okay, yeah, we also have some forums to prepare our students to get ready for the international programs. We have a forum that we call as Let's Talk, and it is organized by the International Affairs and Cooperations Office. We regularly have this kind of forum, and in this forum, everyone who is involved, can inspire one another. They can share. They can share their experience. They can inspire. They can inform something, to the audience. And the speakers can be students, can be faculties. The speakers can also expatriate and anyone who can inspire one another. And the topics that we discuss in this forum are the hottest. Sometimes we talk about the hottest issue, but sometimes we also talk about things related to scholarship, to opportunities to study abroad or exchange programs. And so far, students really enjoy to join this forum. And we also have other activities such as international credit transfer. In the last 2 years, we couldn't do it offline, but because of the pandemic. But the pandemic, COVID-19, COVID-19 cannot stop us. We still have these programs. We do it online. In this picture, some of our students from English departments, they join international credit transfer programs in a university in Asia, and they follow the lessons virtually online. They have online classes, but they still could follow the lesson well, and they could also could make friends with students in that university. This is the times when our students joins programs with Tamrong Christian University in Taiwan, and they learn a lot. Not only the courses, but they also learn about the culture. Even they learned Mandarin language through these programs, and it was fun. And all right. Join classes. We also have join classes. We have several sessions with some of our university partners, and we have joined classes. So sometimes the professor from our partner universities give the lecture to our students together with his or her students. Sometimes we also teach together in this joint classes, so the students can feel the international ambience through the virtual classes, joint classes. So we cannot meet face to face, but through these virtual classes, we can feel the atmosphere of the international exposure through the activities we have here. Yeah, join classes with some universities abroad. And also last year, yeah, we had winter camp. And this is our first virtual winter camp, and I was quite happy with that because it was followed by almost 150 students, young people, the youth, yeah, from all over the world. And it was surprisingly, it was held in 2020, and it was followed by 20 countries. There were 20 countries joining this winter camp, and they had it for 3 days, and they learned a lot. Yeah, and the main purpose of this activity is actually to promote our culture, to promote our country, and this also help our students have a pride of their own country, that their own country is beautiful, and other people from other part of the world can learn and visit our country, though it was done virtually. And okay, I think I still have one more slide. Okay, as conclusions, yeah, international experiences equip students with hard and soft skills, which will shape their personal qualities. And of course, the personal qualities will help them develop their themselves as persons, yeah, as a whole person who is ready to embrace the global world. And giving students direct international experiences during their study shows an effective effort of preparing students to become future global leaders. And of course, all resources, including students, leaders, curriculums, infrastructure, teachers, should work together as a good teamwork. Okay, I think that's all that I can share today. Hopefully what I share today can inspire us, and we can learn one another, and hopefully we are ready to prepare our students to be the future global leaders. Thank you. Back to you, Ibu Wuriani.
Sorry, I forgot to mute myself. Yeah. So thank you very much, Dr. Henny, for your very insightful talk. Yeah, you managed to finish it in exactly 30 minutes. And dear audience, I'm sorry that I forgot to ask you to give applause to Professor Gajala before, because my attention was a bit distracted due to the announcement that Professor Novita Dewi couldn't deliver her presentation this morning. But after this, we will give a very big applause to both Professor Gajala and Dr. Henny Hartono. My apology, Professor Gajala. All right, Dr. Henny, back to Dr. Henny first. From your presentation, we learn much about the significance of giving our students international experience, especially in this global era in which they will interact and work with people worldwide. Communication skills, interpersonal skills, problem-solving skills, adaptability skills are some of the skills that we have to equip our students with, in addition to facilities such as curriculum, system, infrastructure, and many others to provide for them. So, ladies and gentlemen, please open your cameras, and we will give very big applause to Professor Gajala and Dr. Henny Hartono. Thank you, Pak Retang, and the rest of the audience. As I said before, that actually we're supposed to have Professor Novita Dewi, but because she cannot make it, I will give the chance to Bapak Dr. Gerardus Majela Adianggono. Pak Gerardus, Majela Adianggono is one of our lecturers at the Faculty of Language and Arts. And this morning, he will be presenting his paper. But before that, I would like to read his curriculum vitae. Bapak Gerardus Majela Adianggono, or we usually call him Pak Adi, holds a PhD in film studies from Lancaster University, UK. His research interests mainly reside in the intersections of film, culture, and literature, with emphasis on cultural representation, identity, and symbolism. And he is a faculty member of the English Department or Faculty of Language and Arts, Sukiyo Pranata. Adi is a member of the Indonesian Film Scholars or KPI, that's a short form, and also a former member of Java Institute and Asian University Digital Resource Network for local knowledge in Indonesia. He has published articles in some accredited journals of Indonesia and presented papers at international seminars and workshops, such as of the International Workshop on Indonesian Cinema at SOAS, University of London, UK. And he has conducted several research projects on documentary films, and he is currently finalizing a structural and cultural examination of the archaeological films at the Institute of Archaeology, Yogyakarta. So without further ado, I'd like to ask Bapak Adianggono to present his paper. Bapak Adianggono, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Bu Burgani. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, very clearly.
Okay, right now, let me share my slide first, yeah? Yeah. Ladies and gents, I'm honored to be one of the speakers in this plenary session. Okay, I'm supposed to be the last actually, but because of Professor Nafita couldn't make it, so here is my turn now. So this morning, I'm not going to present the result of my previous or ongoing research, but to share an idea to possibly provoke you with, let's say, my story. Of course, yeah, this is not the kind of once upon a time story, okay? So I hope you are going to stay with me to the last, yeah? The title of my presentation is The Digital Image and its Status in Today's Digital Cultures, When a Kino Eye Becomes a Kino Brush. What happened to the digital performing arts? I have chosen this title because I intend to highlight and at the same time question the significance of the digital image in relation to the visible reality being represented. Right, because my background is from film studies, so I'm going to take my point of departure from cinema. Okay. As a media technology, I'm going to start with this kind of a conviction that the role of cinema was in the first place to record, to store and project visible reality. Yeah, and therefore the difficulty in modifying images once they were recorded was precisely what gave cinema its value as a document. This is to assure the authenticity, okay, of the object or anything before the camera. Okay, so the fact is, in our today's digital culture, it changes. Why? Because the mutability of digital data impairs the value of cinema recordings as documents of reality. In retrospect, the 20th century cinema's regime of visual realism, okay, in this case, the result of automatically recording visual reality, was only an exception. It was an isolated accident in the history of visual representation. Why? Because visual realism always involved, and now, again, in this 21st century, involves the manual construction of images. I'm going to a little bit quote from Les Manovich, okay, a new media theorist, mentioning that cinema now has become a kino brush. It is no longer a kino eye. Okay. The question for all of us probably is, what is actually kino eye and kino brush? Yeah. So a kino eye suggests a kind of a perspective to see cinema as a direct recording product of our conviction and witness of the physical reality out there in front of the camera. Okay. While a kino brush, it is a kind of a perspective to view cinema as a product of our non-physical reality-based intervention by means of compositing, animating, morphing, and tinting or coloring frame per frame. And it is done during the process of filmmaking. It could be in the pre-production, during the taking, and even mostly common in the post-production, of course, with the help of computer-based digital technology. Yeah, right. So that is the condition. Then the question following is that why cinema is no longer a kino eye, but a kino brush? So this is a question about the visible reality, whether or not the thing we see on the screen is really there or just a fabricated. Okay, cinema is digitally made nowadays. Okay, it's unavoidable. Okay, inevitable. Yet the filmmakers of digital cinema, ironically, still involve features of manual construction in their production. Yeah, so you can see here how actually drawing, of course, not in a pencil, steno, or papers anymore. It's done all digitally. Okay, the drawing using by hand is still there. Okay, is still there. Cinema essentially is the art of, in this case, index. Yeah, it is an attempt to make art out of footprint. So the following frame here, you can see from Jurassic Park. Okay, one shot from a Jurassic Park. So we know exactly in front of the camera. Okay, we have three individuals here. Okay, looking at a fabricated or human-made, okay, footprint of a Tyrannosaurus here. Okay, so it is exactly there, okay, in front of the camera. So the situation is something like that. Okay, but this kind of situation changes gradually and even growing fast in this nowadays condition. Okay, the traditional indexicality of cinema is challenged by the digitized image. Okay, even Manovich mentioned or maintained, once live action footage is digitized or directly recorded in a digital format, it loses its privileged indexical relationship to pro-filmic reality, the reality as captured in front of the camera. Okay, so the computer does not distinguish between an image obtained through the photographic lens, an image created in a paint program, or an image synthesized in a 3D graphics package. Why? Because they are made from the same material, and that is pixels. And pixels, regardless of their origin, can then be easily altered, substituted, one for another, and so on. So live action footage in front of the camera is then reduced to just another graphic, no different from images created manually. Yeah. So this is what we know in cinema studies as a new kind of realism. Okay. So a new kind of realism emerges from the digitized image. Okay. So if live action, as we can see here from a shot from a Transformer, Age of Extinction by Michael Bay, So are we quite sure that this kind of thing, okay, this robotic, gigantic animal-like, okay, is actually there, okay, in front of the camera? Okay. Of course, we know that it is all made up in the post-production. So if live action, then footage was left intact in traditional filmmaking, now in this digital era, it functions as raw material for further compositing, animating, and morphing. Okay. As a result, while retaining visual realism unique to the photographic process, film obtains the plasticity which was previously only possible in painting or animation. To use the suggestive title in nowadays popular morphing software or editing software, digital filmmakers work with what they call elastic reality. Yeah, elastic reality. And what is the result? A new kind of realism as shown in this Transformer and other films. Yeah, and it's not only specifically Hollywood, it's worldwide. Okay, so this kind of new kind of realism can be described as something which is intended to look exactly as it is, okay, sorry, as if it could have happened, although it really could not. Yeah, so that is the condition of a nowadays situation in cinema. Okay, about digital image. So we can see also here how the digital compositing, combining of these two different shots, yeah, they are actually become the pattern, the basic pattern, okay, right? Digital animation with live action images, okay, a shot from the World War Z, okay. It's common nowadays. So this is another example of a new kind of realism also in coloring, yeah, and also in lighting, okay. Take a look here from the film of Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? So we have the so-called uncorrected image, yeah, on the top here. Well, we have the corrected one or graded one, yeah, at the bottom here. So you can see which one is more natural before the camera, okay, produced by the camera, and which one is then modified, is morphed, okay. So globally, okay, the manual production or the manual labor of digital image production always is in a complex situation with the idea of computerization. So we always and usually think of computer or computerization as automation, okay? But here the result is the reverse. What was previously automatically recorded by the camera, okay, now has to be painted frame per frame, okay, because we want to manifest, we want to materialize, we want to actually make our dream, our imagination come true, okay, to interfere, okay, in a frame. So that's why it has to be painted digitally. And this kind of painting activity, digital painting activity, is not just a dozen images, okay, just like in the previous centuries, but thousands and thousands, okay. So we can draw another parallel with this kind of practice in the early days of silent cinema, when everything was still manually conducted by hand, even the coloring of the frame as well. You can see in this example, an old shot, yeah, from the old film, still black and white actually, but it was then thin, okay, and hand stenciled, from The Pleasure Garden by Hitchcock, and also Voyage to the Moon by George Méliès, okay, and it's all done manually, okay. So nowadays we seems to go back to what happened in the early days of silent film. So what is then the issue now in connection with the digital image? So I can directly maintain that it is about the status, okay, the status of the digital image, yeah, that is problematic, yeah, that is problematic. So why the question is, why is it problematic? Because during cinema's history, a whole repertoire of techniques such as lighting, art directions, the use of different film stocks, lenses, and etc. was developed to modify the basic record obtained by a film apparatus. Okay, so everything, the settings, the wardrobe, actually is there in front of the camera, and yet behind even the most stylized images, we can now discern the bluntness, the sterility, and the banality of early 19th century cinema photographs. Okay, just it is the degree how sophisticated and how refined it is now conducted digitally. Okay, so no matter how complex its stylistic innovations, okay, the cinema has found its space in these deposits of reality. So that's what happened centuries ago. Okay, these samples obtained by a methodological and prosaic process make cinema then emerge out of the impulse, which engendered naturalism, court stenography, and wax museum. Yeah, so that's the idea of and the practice of cinema. Okay, in the beginning. So regarding the status of the digital image that I address problematic, okay, actually there's a kind of a hint from Jean Baudrillard, okay, which is quite famous theory of simulacra, simulation, and hyperreality. Okay, we know that simulacra is a material image, okay, appearing as something else without having that something's features on it or the essence, and the simulation is the process in which a representation or something comes to replace a thing, which is actually being represented. So the representation then, according to the Baudrillard, in this kind of simulation, becomes more important than the real thing itself. Okay, and of course, then it produces the so-called hyperreality. It is the condition when division of the real and the simulation therefore collapse. Okay, and then the illusion of an object is no longer possible. Yeah, this is a kind of hint that we can have a look from Baudrillard. And with regard to this status of digital image, as I mentioned before, the issue, okay, resides or revolves around what is then generated by this kind of image. Is it a model of reality or originality or something else? But it tends to be a hyper-real one. Okay, so substituting science of the real for the real itself, and therefore even Baudrillard boldly mentioned that never again will the real have to be produced. Okay, the question now is, when a cinema's digital image can be challenged for its indexicality, if I can use that term, and also hyperreality, then what about that of the digital performing arts? Okay. So I'm going to start with this kind of a mapping or to situate, okay, where is actually the digital performing arts? Okay, digital performing arts is, simply speaking, a hybrid of the performing arts and the media arts. So we know all these kind of elements of performing arts and the media arts, they may in combination or collaborate one another, or some of the elements combined into one art form, that is digital performing arts. Okay. The question is, the digital performing arts, or I think the digital performing art that are captured, framed, and exhibited digitally in the forms of recorded filming or live streaming, in my perspective, cannot be immediately concluded subject to this issue of indexicality and hyperreality. That's my thesis. And the question is why? Yeah, why? Although, again, I refer to Manovich, here's a quite controversial one, mentioning that live action or live footage is, once live footage is digitized, it loses its privileged indexical relationship. Okay, I have slightly have a different viewpoint in this case. I think it is not, or we cannot treat digital performing art per se as cinema or as film in this case. Okay, I think it is the degree of the digital interruption. Okay, it is the degree of the digital interruption or manipulation in the documented or live stream performing arts that may further determine the status of their images, whether being more indexical to reality or a hyper real one. So the performing arts, theater, dance, and music, traditionally speaking, have their own environments to produce and exhibit their art forms, and with the spirit usually of retaining the so-called authenticity or originality of their performance. Yeah, so it is not necessarily the authenticity or the originality of the first form or the second form, or in the past generation, even the creative one, once it was performed, is an act, is an action, is a manifestation of originality. So usually with this kind of spirit, the artists would like to rely on when they perform, when they exhibit their creation. And yet in this globalized world, gaps of distance and physical absence are ubiquitously intermediated by technological advancement. The performing arts are then digitally captured, framed, and distributed worldwide. Once they are uploaded to the social media platforms, they are there. A lot of people watch it. Take a look, particularly in this COVID-19 pandemic situations, right? So, and it also is happening. Yeah, it's also happening in Indonesia. The rise of virtual performance in this pandemic situation seems to be a logical breakthrough, yeah, for both the artist and the audience, especially in this context, in the Indonesian context of showing and make the traditional performing arts survive. Yeah, we know, for example from Wayang Ciliman by the late Kisan Nugroho, okay, or even by quite famous Japanese, we call it Japanese troupe Ketoprak. Now it becomes Cineprak, a marriage between the traditional troupe of Ketoprak, a state traditional theater, and cinema, and also kinds of video musics nowadays. Yeah. So Barbara Hartley and Emily Rowe maintained once that filming and live streaming of shows has also provided performers with new learning opportunities, new ways of performing shaped by the context of filming and digital technologies. Yeah. So what does it bring then? On the part of the artists or performers, when the methods, yeah, of art production and exhibition still highly lean on the conventional idea of their natural environments, physical stage, whether indoor or outdoor, then the contemporary situation of the digital performing art can then be seen as, in my perspective, self-negotiation and reinterpretation of the artists or performers to develop their performance in creative ways. That's on the part of the performers. On the part of the audience, certainly nothing can substitute the warm, live, inclusive atmosphere of the performing arts. Yet the documented or recorded and live stream performance may also bring a new sense of, if I can say, intimacy or privacy between the performance on the screen and the viewer. Yeah. Now I come to the epilogue then. I hope you're still with me. Okay, you're still with me, yeah? Okay. So as regards the transformation of Kino Eye to Kino Brush in filmmaking, especially in cinema, and particularly and mostly in feature films, okay, the tendency is growing fast, yeah, inevitable and powerful, for it is commonly part of the filmmaking process today. And the status, when we talk about the status of the digital image, then we have to entangle with the idea of indexicality and hyperreality. So the status of the digital image produced in cinema is then easily questioned. Yeah, this is probably quite similar to that of digital art performance. So we have to be careful in this case. There is a difference between digital art performance and usually in the area of media studies, okay, while digital performing arts is the hybrid, okay, of the traditional performing arts and the media studies or media arts in this case. Yeah. Next, the digital performing arts such as Kino Eye to Kino Brush transformation cannot be easily identified, yeah, in digital performing art. Therefore, the status of its image, okay, is temporarily, yeah, less challenged. Okay, that is my end of my presentation. I hope you are still with me, and I will return the opportunity to the MC, to Uriani. Thank you very much for your attention, and good morning.
Thank you very much, Pak Adi Anggono. A very, very enlightening and insightful talk. I believe that those who are interested in the same field as Pak Adi Anggono with film or cinema making, digital performing arts will be inspired by your presentation, Pak Adi Anggono. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to open your cameras once again, and let's give a big applause to Pak Adi Anggono. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the Q&A session, question and answer session. And I have noticed that there are 3 questions here. First, directed to Professor Gajala. I'd like to read the question. Professor Gajala, are you still with us? Professor
Sorry,
Gajala?
I'm nodding.
Yes.
I'm nodding my head, but
Oh,
yes,
yes. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah. Let me read the
There's too
first
many
question
people
to
on
you.
screen.
Yeah. Let me read the first question to you, Professor Gajala. This is from Mr. Sahat from Taiwan. Just wanted to pass this question to the first speaker, Professor Adhika Gajala. What are the Asian and Western perspectives or opinions for using learning technologies based on your project? Professor Gajala.
Sorry. I saw the question. I unmute myself? Yeah.
No, we can hear you clearly.
Dari Amerika dia. Dari
I saw the
Bowling Green,
question.
Ohio.
Yes. I'm afraid I don't know the differences because I don't actually teach in Asia. So I think it would be probably something we could work on. We would have to collaborate on and figure that out. I know that from visiting and teaching in places, like 2 or 3 weeks in places like Indonesia and India, I don't think I can get that much insight into the differences in terms of classroom technologies and the use. I think what was the question? Asian and Western perspectives on using learning technologies. So because I was working only with my students mostly, so I was able to see my students and they were communicating with the people, with either the Indonesian students or the clients in India. So I was not able to actually get a comparative perspective. So I don't have a direct answer for that, but I'm sure if we worked together, we might have something collaboratively done.
Sorry, I'm still muted. Yeah. Thank you, Professor Gajala. Mr. Zahad, I hope that what Professor Gajala has explained to us answers your question. And now I'd like to continue to the next question. The next question is directed to Ibu Heni. Okay. The question is regarding with the independent curriculum for English department students. What is your international office's role? Are all programs organized by the English department? Oh, are all programs organized by the English department? And this question is from Siti Mariam, Ibu Siti Mariam from UIN Semarang. Bu Heni.
Okay, thank you for the questions, Ibu Siti Mariam from UIN Semarang. All right, for the curriculum itself, the faculty, or in this case, the study programs, designs their own curriculum, and the role of our office, the international office, the international affairs and cooperation office in our university, we facilitate students and also faculties who are interested in joining let's say exchange programs or other international programs. And the international office also organize some forum, as I mentioned just now. We have some regular forums for our students and also for our faculties. But for the curriculum and the system itself, it really depends on the faculty. If the faculty or the study program is ready with their curriculums, then we, as the international office, we are also ready to offer the curriculums to our partner overseas, so that both study programs can work together and have mutual cooperations. Hopefully, my explanations can answer Ibu Siti's questions.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, Bu Eni.
Yeah, I
My
hope
pleasure.
that answers your question, Ibu Siti Mariam. Now, I'd like to proceed with the next question. This is directed to Professor Gajala again. This is from Ibu Helena Rijoli. I agree that online platforms, for example, Zoom, is just the medium used to connect us. We are usually so excited and invested in using the technology in our classes, and we eventually fussing over the technology more than learning. I acknowledge that new technology needs to be incorporated, but what is your view of the phase of introducing to make sure we use the tech or digital platforms as media, which does not take us away from the context of our teaching? From our context of our teaching and the context of our local learning, our culture, our circumstances, etc. So that is the question,
Yes.
Professor Gajala.
Yes, I think that's an excellent question, and I think that's the most relevant question for us as we go towards continuing to have to use these technologies to actually even do to basically teach. And I also I shared one article, but I have written several other articles with students as well over the years as we've been working with technologies. I think, Helena, the point here, the important point is to be aware of that issue, and then to think about what is the local context. And I don't just mean national and cultural, I mean, what is the specific local context in which you are teaching, and what is it that you need to communicate to your students, and how can any tool that you use work for it? So technology doesn't have to be the computer, it doesn't have to be digital, it doesn't have to be It could be something like a marble, right? So when we are teaching, and all of you are teachers, when we're teaching, sometimes when we're teaching 5-year-olds how to count, sometimes we use something as basic as apples or marbles. So if we think about online tools and technologies as facilitating our teaching, not as enhancing our teaching, then we actually approach them differently. Right now, as you yourself point out, we get so caught up in the glamour of the technology, and we get caught up in fussing around technology, and then have to figure out new technology every time, that just using the technology substitutes for education. I mean, in the way we talk about it. However, it's the process that matters. And also, we have to be aware that we are not teaching students how to use the technology. We have content to communicate. We're not IT instructors. There are IT instructors, but not all of us are. But when we have to do our lectures and we have to devote half the class time to showing the students how to use Zoom, then you're not teaching. You can't teach. All you're teaching them to do is how to do Zoom. So how do we work through these situations? And actually then what kind of infrastructural and assistance and support can universities give teachers? COVID time, they just threw us into Zoom, right? Even in the US, they just said, here, Zoom, teach. And then, or they had some kind of website developer telling us how to teach online on Canvas. You have to have education specialists working, people who know how to teach, working with these tools. So I think, Helena, your question is superb. I think we all have to find solutions for our content in very careful ways. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Professor Gajala. Ibu Helena, I hope that you are happy with this answer. Now, this is for Professor Gajala. This is not a question, but an information. My daughter is a medical doctor working as a volunteer for the telemedicine project of our Vice President, Leni Robredo. She particularly uses her cell phone to do consultation with her patients. If interested, she's willing to share her experience with you. Thank you. This is from Miss Isabelo. I think she is from the Philippines. Professor Gajala, you might like to comment on this?
Yes, I actually sent them a direct message also. I would be very interested, and actually I would be interested with anyone here who wants to join with me in this research project, because we want to make this research, it's a qualitative interviews that we are doing. And already just by doing 10 to 15 interviews from India and talking in the US, and also connecting with some people in Africa, already we have gained lots of insight. So I can just imagine if somebody from the Philippines or somebody from Indonesia or anywhere else actually connects with my team, and we start to interview, I can just imagine the kinds of insights we get into this. And for me, this kind of a project is very, very applied. It's not just, we don't just go and write papers about it, but this is something that is happening in our everyday. I think doctors would like to know about it. Patients would like to know about it. We are living in a COVID situation. So thank you very much for that. I sent you my WhatsApp number and my email, so I would love to be in touch. If anybody else wants to be in touch, Bu, Ika, and others here have my information, so do let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Gajala. I will type your email account later on the chat bar so that everybody can contact you if they wish.
Sure, I'll just put my email address here. I think Grace was saying something here too. So I'll just put my email here, and then you can also pass it on to them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Gajala. I hope that this answers your, This is a response from Professor Gajala, Ms. Isabello. Sorry if I mispronounce your name. I hope that you are happy with this. Now, the last one is a comment and question to Dr. Hartono, Henny Hartono. Thank you for sharing about the work you are doing with your students. It inspires and motivates us. I believe in what you said, that international experience helps students' personal development. This opportunity is even widely open now during the online era. I would like to ask you to perhaps give us some ideas on how to help our students to engage internationally when internet is unreliable and still luxury. Is there any way or ideas for us to engage them too? I'm from Ambon, Maluku, and we have satellite campus in remote areas such as the Aru Islands and Southwest Maluku Small Islands or close to East Timor.
Okay, Ibu Helen, yeah, Ibu Helena. Well, internet, yeah, the internet has become our main concerns these days, especially during the pandemic times, and internet is getting or taking more and more important role in our life. It seems like the internet is a matter of our life and death in our work, because we can do a lot of things with the internet, and of course there will be a problems when the internet is unreliable or there is no access to the internet. I can understand that. And if I may share with you, we are also in collaborations with some international youth organizations, and those organizations usually offer some programs such as internship programs, and we can offer these programs to our students. So students who are interested in joining the internship programs, they can join through the organizations. Of course, these kinds of activities can only be done offline or in face-to-face interactions. During the time of pandemic, it is impossible to have these kinds of programs, but let us be optimistic that the pandemic will be over soon and we can have the offline activities soon, so that our students can join such programs. And probably another idea that you can do, maybe you can start with the very first baby step by probably having a record of some international programs video, and then if you have that video, you can play the video to the students who are in the remote area, so that they have at least an idea of some international programs, and hopefully this baby step can widen their horizons about internalizations and how they can be involved also in the international process. Yeah, hopefully things will improve and things will get better, and your students who are in those areas can get direct access to the internet. I think that's all that I can say. Ibu Helen and Ibu Wuriani.
Thank you, Bu Henny. Bu Helena, I hope that that explanation answers your question to her, to Bu Henny Hartono. Now we come to the last question, and this is going to be the last because we have only very few minutes to go. To Pak Adi Anggono, I really want to ask you a good question, but honestly, your topic on Kino Eye and Kino Breast is such an alien concept. I mean, this is the first time I hear it. So I was listening attentively and using my head as lecturer in teachers training faculty. And the only question I have is, how can I translate this amazing concept to education and teaching? Pak Adi Anggono, please.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Bu Riani, and thank you very much also, Ms. Helena. I think regarding, this is not actually the concept of Kino Eye and Kino Breast that I was delivering. Regarding or in relation to your situation, probably it is good, no, it is better to let your students having a kind of hand-on experience, hand-on experience in the activity. Okay, they have in probably in groups or individually. So what kind of a hand-on activity here? Okay, a direct activity. Once it is recorded, once their activity, their educational activity is recorded, probably making kind of a role play or something, and they try to watch it again, okay, they know the sense that I experienced it, it's there. But when it is shown, okay, to others who are not involved in that kind of activity, then they may have a kind of questions whether this is actually a real documentation of their activity, or there is a kind of some sort of morphing, editing, and things like that. As you know, it's quite common in the world. And then this is also a good way, okay, to let others who are not involved in that role play activity know exactly, can actually sense, okay, the warmth and the live performance of your students there. And then you can simply say, you can simply explain, then this is a real documentation of that particular group of students performing something or explaining something or probably symbolizing things, something like that. And then you can also compare with others, students from the other group assigned to do some kind of, if I can say, not fake performance, but it is more like a guided one, okay, involving something digital in and on their screens, in their activity. And then let other students probably also evaluate and see and sense the kind of naturalism, something spontaneous, something live in that production, in that video, okay? Is it there or not? And then make it a kind of a discussion. So this kind of concept of status of digital image is should not be easily overlooked just because they are for the specialists. No, but this is also actually provoke us to think of the idea itself of visible reality in our teaching. So Buheni just mentioned the idea of hopefully the pandemic situation is over and then we can have a more real in touch with our students. But somehow distance learning, things with internet, just like we are having right now, is here. So this kind of activity, okay, having our radar capturing or sensing something real and something fabricated, okay, on the performance, okay, digitally, is somehow worth doing, especially when we are trying to explain to our students, in this case, the procedure, not only technical procedure, but also the idea behind all shown on the screen. Okay, I hope this will help you, Ms. Helena. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Adi Anggono, for your very crystal clear explanation. I hope that Bu Helena is happy with this explanation. Well, that concluded our session, question and answer session in this first plenary session, ladies and gentlemen. So, honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our first plenary session. Once again, I'd like to thank you very much for the speakers, Professor Gajala, Dr. Heni Hartono, and Dr. Adi Anggono, for your very interesting, insightful talks, and also for the active participation of the participants in joining this first plenary session. Thank you for everyone. And I'd like to return the floor to the MC. But before that, let's open our cameras once again and give a big applause to everyone, especially the three speakers. Let's give our big applause to them.
Yes, sure. Thank you, Bu Liani, as our moderator. And also thank you, dearest plenary speakers, for your inspiring talks. As a token of our appreciation, we would like to give you our special virtual acknowledgement. Kak Gali, would you please help us to present? Okay, we are going to wait. Okay, here it is. Yes, here it is, the virtual acknowledgement special for all of you guys here. For Professor Radhika Gajala. Yes, you are most welcome, Professor. And maybe next or just it's. It is just it. Okay, here it is for Dr. Henny. Thank you so much, Dr. Henny. Please give applause for Dr. Henny. And then next, it's for Mr. Adi. Give applause for Mr. Adi too. Thank you, dear speaker.
Irene, did you go to a certain breakout room?
Yes, sir. At first, I joined several breakout rooms, but then I stay in the main room.
Okay, did you enjoy the presentation?
Actually, I just have a short time in the breakout rooms, but what is it? In the first plenary session, the fifth breakout room, I really enjoy the speaker because I stay a little bit longer in that room. How about you, sir?
Yeah, we went to the Philippines, we went to Malaysia, we went to Sumba. So we travel everywhere. Okay, Irene and ladies and gentlemen, now let us watch some videos. And I think let's watch the 10,000 reasons, video 10,000 reasons. This video was created by the students of our Faculty of Language and Arts, and in collaborations with the students from the Christ University in India. So Timothy, would you please repeat the 10,000 reasons video before we enter the plenary sessions too?
Bless the Lord, oh my soul, oh my soul, worship His holy name. Sing like never before, oh my soul, I'll worship Your holy name. The sun comes up, it's a new day dawning. It's time to sing Your song again. Whatever may pass and whatever lies before me, let me be singing when the evening comes. Pujilah Tuhan, oh jiwaku, kuduskan namanya. Bernyanyi yang baik, oh jiwaku, kuduskan namanya. You're rich in love and You're slow to anger. Your name is great and Your heart is wide. For all Your goodness I will keep on singing. 10,000 reasons for my heart to merciful, oh my soul, worship His holy name. Sing like never before, oh my soul. I worship Your holy name. I worship Your holy name.
What you got?
Guess who loves you? 나야 나. Do I show you? No야 no. 아직 타임이 아니야 난. 좀 더 가까이 그러다 갑자기 싹. I'ma steal it 맘을 훔쳐 you are gonna love me. 결정적일 때 이 발이 드러내는 타입. 나와 두 눈이 마주쳐도 난 흔들림이 없어 no. 널 사랑하는 게 죄라면 but me know who you never know. Baby 깔리겠지 넌 결국엔 내 거야 내게 되겠지 넌 이제 finally 택할 시간이야 벌써 어느새 또 밤이 되었습니다. I'm the mafia. I'm the mafia. 누구일까 마피아. 누구일까 마피아. 배우보다 더 배우. 늑대 가지고 노는 여우. 전혀 안 보이겠지 clue. 하지만 나에겐 다 계획이 있다고 go. 그만 먹을 때 슬슬 작전 개시. 너를 뺏어 like a K-pop movie. Ready? 알 수 없는 poker face. 점령해 네 맘속 place. Hurry up baby catch me if you can. Baby 깔리겠지 넌 결국엔 내 거야 내게 되겠지 넌 이제 finally 할 시간이야 벌써 어느새 또 밤이 되었습니다. I'm the mafia. I'm the mafia. 누구일까 mafia. 마지막 밤이 깊었어 babe. 이 밤이 지나면 네 곁에 나 하나뿐이야. 마침내 피할 수 없는 아침이와.
Yo, I just started my sentence like a capital letter. Got bars for years, I hope you send me a letter. No, she'll never be queen, so now she got the vendetta. I ain't talking about David when I say I'm a getter. 20 mil on my off season, of course. 20 million when you ain't put out no album or tours. Yes, bitch, I'm me, pretty and icy. Get it icy, but my name's spelled N-I-C.
We're going under. We don't. I can't help but wonder. You got everything I wanted. You keep on looking, I'ma put it where you want it.
Okay, thank you, Kiara. Yeah, yes, ladies and gentlemen, Kiara is one of the students of the faculty in the concentrations digital performing arts. And the trainer is Bu Eka. So Bu Eka is the trainer. Okay, and Bu Eka can imitate some or two moves, Bu Eka, yeah? Okay, before we enter the second plenary sessions, I just want to remind the parallel speakers and also the audience to mark your attendance. Please fill the attendance in the public chat there. You can find the link. And now, dear all, we come to the second plenary session, and we warmly invite Antony Suratno, PhD, the moderator, to lead us in these plenary presentations. Mr. Anton, the time is yours.
Hello, Sarita. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
hello as well, Irene. Yeah. Right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Our afternoon plenary session of this seminar is about to begin. Please come to the virtual conference room and enjoy your stay. And thank you very much for preparing yourself then. Honorable invited speakers, participants of this international seminar, all boards of members of Celt International Conference, ladies and gentlemen, I am Anton Suratno. I'm the moderator of this afternoon plenary sessions. I'm very pleased to see you here and welcome all of you to this second plenary session. This afternoon plenary sessions will consist of 3 separate slots presenting 4 speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, the first slot will present the invited speaker, Professor Dr. Novita Devi, MS, MA, PhD, who is going to present a topic of practicing interdisciplinarity in ESL graduate programs of Sanata Dharma University. Before the presentation begins, let me introduce the regulations how the presentation will be going on. First, I would give the time to each speaker to present the material for about 25 minutes. And then after the presentation, we are going to proceed to the next presenters prior to discussion sessions and questions, which will be allocated right after the presenters complete the presentation. However, due to the time constraint, I would also we would only take maximum 3 questions for each speakers. So for audience who wish to ask a question in the Q&A sessions, please write your question on the live chat to help us record what you want to ask before you are invited to ask live on the camera. So for this session, I think the audience who want to ask and you are given opportunity, you will be asked to show your face on the camera. And any other questions which is written on the live chat, however, they are not answered, yeah, they will be passed on personally to the relevant speakers. Once again, later I would only like to take 3 questions, yeah, right after all the presenters finish their presentation. Yeah, all you can do will be writing your questions. Then you are invited to be live on camera by mentioning your name. Yeah, tell the speakers who your question is addressed to, and don't forget to mention your name and affiliation. That's for the purpose of easy organizations of your question. Yeah, who will have the first, will have the second chance to ask. So please write down your question on the live chat, and before you are allowed to ask live on the camera. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us start our session with the first session, the first plenary speaker, by introducing her to you all virtual audience. The first speaker is Professor Dr. Novita Devi, MS, MA, Honors, PhD. Yeah, Professor Devi is a professor of Sanata Dharma University, Yogyakarta. She obtained her bachelor degree in Sanata Dharma University. Now, in the past, I think Sanata Dharma Teaching Institute. Yeah. She pursued her master degree at University of New South Wales, Australia, before finally obtained her doctorate degree at National University of Singapore in Power, Leadership, and Morality. Her reading on Ken Arok in Indonesian literature and popular culture as part of Kajian Asia Tenggara. Among the subjects she has been teaching are literature research methodology, introduction to literature, and Asian literature. She has published approximately 28 articles in various journals. The major research interests are in literature, its relation to environment. In professional organizations, she is the person in charge of HISKI USD, yeah, University of Sanata Dharma. I guess it is Himpunan Sarjana Kesusastraan Indonesia, I guess. But I'm not sure if it is Yogyakarta chapter or Sanata Dharma chapter. Maybe if I am wrong, then would you please, you wouldn't mind correcting me, Professor. Okay, without further ado, now allow me to welcome Professor Novita, who is going to deliver her presentation on practicing interdisciplinary in ELS graduate program of Sanata Dharma University. Please join me in welcoming her in a big enthusiastic round of applause.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Anton, for the nice introduction. Greetings to you all from Jakarta. I'm sorry that I came late. There was a computer glitch this morning, but I'm lucky that I have been given the opportunity to make up my non-tech saviness to talk for today. I'm going to discuss about interdisciplinarity, how I would show this practice done in my university. Therefore, my talk is of a good practice kind, if you like. So let me share my screen. Is it visible now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Indeed, other speakers have addressed this issue quite well. Therefore, I'm going to pick up what is left probably, or even I'd like to have your opinion about this issue because this is something quite new for us as well. I think I will begin with my take in this issue, that is interdisciplinarity is a way to go for this time. Yeah. In the opening speech that I managed to listen to this morning, Dr. Henny and also Professor Ridwan, the rector of the university, talked about change. And today it is impossible not to embrace that change, because this one is the year is a historical change indeed, and you should be able to change. You can't stay put and continue your old practice. You have to have something new in anticipation of the turbulent years we have for the past nearly 2 years until now with the COVID-19. Therefore, my take is yes, interdisciplinary is a way to go. I'm going to divide my talk into 4. I will talk about where I am working right now and what we are doing at present, what kind of interdisciplinary practice that we are doing. I put some quotes there because what I mean by interdisciplinary here, maybe it is not understood as that of the word proper. And I will be talking also about our future plan, about how to do some changes in this historical year of change here. And I will conclude with some thought about the pros and cons and the possible hindrance if we force ourselves into interdisciplinary turn without sufficient preparation. Okay, Sanata Dharma University has been known, luckily, for its English department. Some of the lecturers from Sanata Dharma also came from my university, ya. Pak Anton, Pak Retang, ya, Bu Heni, ya. They are all our best graduates, and they serve other university and continue to become best lecturers in your university as well, in Sugio Pranata University. And we start off with the teacher training, yeah, back in 1955 with four subjects for study program, English being one of the four. And it isn't until 1965 that it becomes a full-fledged teachers training institute. And then in 1993, it becomes a university with more study program, and English department then made up a cluster. One is the English Education Study Program, that is the same study program when it had been equipped, and the other one is the English Letters Department. In fact, this is one of the three study program in the faculty, the other being Indonesian Letters Department and History Department. But then the pressing demand for higher education in English studies forced us to also respond to what the society wants us to do, that is to open a graduate program. And we have the experience of having both program, I mean English Education Study Program and English Letters Department. We have almost perhaps three or four, if I don't lose count, 3 to 4 continuous accreditation. We got A for consecutive years. Therefore, we feel confident to open a graduate program. And yeah, before we know it, now it has almost 20 years up until now. So what we focus on the 3 specialization, that is linguistic, literature, and education. Now, let us see what we think about interdisciplinary, why we have that 3 subjects. I think because we need to think about the world outside ourselves. This morning, Dr. Henny talked about crossing border, yeah. So indeed, the border crossing turn is our intention, yeah. So that we don't stick to linguistic alone or literature alone or education alone, but we should be able to combine the 3. So this is actually the reason why we need to transgress, we need to cross border. So I put quote unquote because what we are doing right now is simply what we do in ELS, like what you did, like what we did before. But let me show you. This is the research or articles or thesis writing that we work with our students. The interdisciplinarity here is understood in this way, that we involve more than one study program in our research. It can be either within ELS or across discipline. What we have done so far within ELS is, of course, we try to make our students become more attentive toward other subject, other study, other specialization. So for instance, we used in the past to have a kind of rivalry. Students from linguistics think that, okay, literature is nothing, it's only imagination. Likewise, students from literature feels that linguistic is very dead subject and vice versa. Yeah? Therefore, we try to make everyone feel comfortable in their own field of specialization, but be respectful to others. Therefore, in the first semester of the 2-year program, all students have all the foundation of English linguistic, literature, and education. Only later that they can specialize themselves, whether to take linguistic or literature or education. And of course, we also do the interdisciplinary or intradisciplinary, if you like, in try to embrace ICT-based research and translation studies. Therefore, this is the understanding of interdisciplinarity in a very limited sense of the word. Yeah, and we also do some collaboration, yeah, with other study program. We also work together with students from the history department or accounting department. Only in terms of reading materials. At one point, we give students from accounting department some short stories in American short stories talking about environmental ethics in their class of business and ethics, for instance. And in American history class for student of history education, we also supply the students with American short stories that that are based on historical period. And as you might be aware of, many stories are based on historical milestones, yeah, in America. And we take the short story about slavery, about civil rights movements. We also talked about immigration and child rights. Yeah, so the topic we try to adjust, yeah, the topic in American history with the corresponding literary work that discuss the period. And we this is at the individual level. I mean, research done by lecturers, not involving students of the university. We do some collaboration with research on media and peace study. I involved in that research back in 2007 in Sri Lanka, where under the Ford Foundation, where I looked at performance, yeah, and then the performance, the mafia dance that Bu Henny helped to train that one, yeah, remind me of my experience back in Sri Lanka during the post-conflict era, yeah. Then we look at how traditional dance and theaters, yeah, and theaters are meant to become a way for peaceful reconciliation among the Tamil and the Sinhala, for instance. And then we do the English materials for teaching them, and also we conduct some short seminar, and in the end we also compose a book, but this one for students about conflict resolution. Yeah. So this one is the interdisciplinary that we did. Yeah, interdisciplinary, quote unquote. And among the many literatures in the field, one that is interesting to me is the one by William Condy, whereby he take interdisciplinary in 2 points. That is the fact that it is critical, yeah, critical thinking, and then the idea of deconstruction that become characteristics of interdisciplinary studies. Therefore, I think I will use this idea, yeah, to frame, yeah, my thought about interdisciplinary. But let us see what he says about interdisciplinary, why we go to interdisciplinarity these days. There are two main reasons that Condis expounds to us. That is about university funding, and secondly is about the postmodernism. Yeah. Firstly, humanities, art and humanities subjects are not money gathering unit. Yeah, they are not money generating unit. Yeah, they don't give you a lot of money. Even the graduates also feel that, well, it's better to go to the faculty of medicine or probably the informatics and technology rather than humanities and arts. Therefore, funding for these humanities and arts disciplines are very scarce, and it is very efficient if we hire one lecturer and we can make use of that lecturer to also teach in different department also, and one subject will be convened, yeah, by several lecturers. So studies like American studies, for instance, you will have you need to hire you don't need to hire specialists on that, but simply ask lecturer from anthropology, from literature, from history department, from economic if you need to, and from social science, from perhaps international relation, and that one will save your money. So that university funding become the issue why interdisciplinarity is the way to go. And secondly, because we no longer believe in essentialism. We believe that now every interpretation is misinterpretation. Therefore, we are now going toward critical theory. We need to have deconstruction as our trajectory. Yeah. Therefore, these two, I think, become the reason why we need interdisciplinarity turn in our studies. So I think, however, that what makes a program become interdisciplinary are the characteristics that Kondi talked about, and also the experience that we have in Sanata Dharma so far, that it won't work unless we have all these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these are the 6 salient points that we think make some program become interdisciplinary. Firstly is the use of, this is from Kondi, critical thinking. But we also need to combine that with creativity and cultural awareness. Yeah, the dance, yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, you combine the modern day dance and also elements of traditional, probably with the backdrop. Yeah, and also here we also need to have the 3 C's, that is contextualization, communication, and collaboration. We cannot do it on your own. Yeah, you have to cross border. You have to ask help from experts in the field. Yeah, we don't need to pretend that, oh, I know everything about history of slavery in America. No, this time I need to also contact people who are very knowledgeable about the context of the time. Then probably I need to work together with history teacher, for instance. And probably I may not be able to run a program, the ICT-based program, very well, unless I also work together with lecturers or students from Faculty of Informatics. I know that in Sugio Pranoto, you are known for that, yeah. Bu Heni and some lecturers from other departments work together, resulting a very good research project and high reputable journal article. So that is probably one of the good practice that we can learn more about later during the QA session. We can talk about this, how Sugio Pranoto University have actually embraced this interdisciplinarity without saying, yeah, I'm going into interdisciplinarity. And then the application of critical theories is very important. Now students reading literature, they try to look at post-colonial theory, eco-criticism, yeah, feminism. Yeah. I think to open up their perspectives, yeah, they are no longer reading, they are not doing a close reading of a text, but a closer reading, if you like, by also looking at the different aspect, different points of view. Yeah, we always ensure our students that If you read a novel, for instance, you don't need to read it only using one single theory. Yeah? One student will read under feminist lens, and other students may depict the story using probably eco-criticism. Yeah, so it's like a diamond. Yeah, diamond. The more you shape it, the shinier it becomes. So we encourage them to think critically. Yeah. And then this one, which is for my department, it is rather inadequate. If you, I must admit, yeah, implementation of digital technologies. As we know that ELS isn't digital technologies isn't something very new to ELS, if you like. Yeah, if we from a long time, the archival work is done through digital technologies. Yeah, when in linguistics, for instance, the corpora studies, yeah, collocation, yeah, in translation, we involve digital technologies, but we don't name it. Yeah, we just use technology, but we don't name it specifically. And then with this automation, with this technologization of everything, we should remind our students that they are not trapped into something inhuman. Yeah, so dehumanization remains something to think about. Yeah, because it can be very challenging. Yeah, therefore we embrace technology, but we don't want to be overdriven by that. Yeah, we don't like technology ride our humankind. Yeah, we sit it on the saddle, but we don't allow ourselves to be ridden on it. And then, of course, one way to do it is using the reflective pedagogy. In Sanata Dharma University, we are doing Ignatian pedagogy that is reflective, student-centered, yeah, learning through context, experience. Yeah, we use the 5 cycle of context, and then experience, yeah, reflection, action, yeah, and all this cycle in Ignatian pedagogy we apply to our students. Our plan for the coming semester, probably we start from now also, is looking at the possibilities of doing a better, or if not to say full-fledged, yeah, a proper interdisciplinarity. Because now that we have to do online learning from time to time, I think it is right and proper, yeah, to do interdisciplinary turn. Yeah, why it is just the right trajectory is, firstly, the emerging field of knowledge that is called digital humanities. Yeah, the integration of digital technologies and studies in the humanities. This one is gaining currency lately. Yeah, although, as I said before, it had been there with us, but we haven't named it. Now, digital humanities is a discipline that becomes very trendy. Yeah, maybe we can develop more on this. And also there's the introduction from the Minister of Education, yeah, and Culture with Campus Merdeka, yeah, freedom campus, freedom to learn. Yeah, and then these allow us, yeah, to have more freedom in terms of accreditation and this establishment of a new study program, yeah, with no fuss, and all the legalities of any plan, yeah, institutional plan will be made easier. And what is quite interesting for many students is the opportunity to do internship outside the university, and that might be one way to practice interdisciplinarity, where students can do a hands-on experience. Yeah, they have the lived experience of working in the field. And of course, this is also the catch cry from the UNESCO. Yeah, that at this moment we cannot return to the world as it was before. And likewise, education must not be the same anymore. So all this give us all the more reason to embrace interdisciplinarity. And this is what we did actually. It is still ongoing, funded by the International Association of Jesuit Business School. We designed a model, a learning model. This is actually more for students of economic, yeah. But we work together, 5 lecturers, yeah, from 3 different faculties. We designed a learning model using case studies in Indonesia. So something like, yeah, case like Lapindo, for instance, and all the regulation breach, yeah, that is done by some government officials. And also we also address the dark tourism, yeah, dark tourism in Indonesia, and how we try to give some case studies here to our students, and to ask them to decide on what they are going to do when facing that situation in a real practice later on. But we are not using something that we make up, but based on the real practice that is happening in Indonesia. And apparently, because it is case-based, and probably this one make the the sponsor interested to fund us, yeah. But it is still ongoing, yeah. And I also help co-supervising a PhD student doing this project. As you know, that classical dance in Java or in Yogyakarta is the privilege of the people in the Sultanate Palace, yeah. And this is not for ordinary people, but now it is made public. And here in flash mob, the dancer start dancing in the middle of a crowd, and then followed by other dancers. And this phenomenon become very viral, yeah, for some times, and many YouTubers upload this. And here the project, the students look at the upload of these dancers, or this occasion, yeah, that is run by several communities, yeah. You have group of people and they start dancing, and from this we are going to see how this classical dance going to the masses now become the one way for us to measure their cultural citizenship. So here the integration of arts, literature also, yeah, and also technology. And there are thousands of digitizing project, yeah, that can be done. I think I will conclude by saying that it is a must, yeah, that we need to embrace interdisciplinary turn, yeah, although we have some pluses and minuses, yeah, but I need to be mindful about this one, yeah. When we are teaching today, we are teaching the millennials, right? And this is the opportunity. They are the tech-savvy generation, so they are easy to adapt, yeah. Then they can embrace digital technology quite easily, whereby interdisciplinarity can be operated. But we are also need to be mindful about the instant gratification. It is quite superficial sometimes, yeah, and therefore we need to pay attention to that. But of course, the strength can outweigh the weaknesses, I believe, yeah. And then lastly, this is actually my important take, yeah, that of course with digital technologies, the problem posed is inequality, yeah, and not everyone have access to that, yeah. Inequality between the rich and the poor, between the able and the disabled. So this one is something that we need to address. And if that barrier can be overcome, I think digital technologies can be used to ensure interdisciplinarity in ELS. With that, I conclude, and of course now we are not yet safe for now, but let's just open the heart, in a closed world, and we have to be hopeful that the pandemic will soon be over. That's all, Pak Anton, and I will return the mic to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Novita Dewi, for giving us such inspiring ideas about the practice of interdisciplinary in teaching and research, particularly in university. Ladies and gentlemen, our big round of applause to Professor Novita Dewi. Ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker is in the second slot of this plenary session is Dr. Patricia Ann Hartwig. Hello, Dr. Ann Hartwig. Before I introduce you to the audience, I would like you to be ready on camera. Will you please?
I'm on camera.
Hello.
Hello.
What are you doing, Doctor?
I'm waiting to give my keynote.
Okay. By the way, could you please tell the audience where you really are right this time,
Sure.
rather than where you virtually are, so that we are able to virtually imagine in a picnic mode, imagining other places somewhere else other than Semarang, because we have been more than 15 months. Okay.
Happy
we are forced to stay at home for so long.
To.
Okay,
so if I'm coming actually from Malaysia, so I would say Selamat Petang dan Salam Sejahtera kan, daripada Tanah Melayu, daripada Malaysia. Saya dekat Sultan Idris Education University, Universiti Pendidikan Sultan Idris di Tanjung Malim di Perak, Malaysia. So it's actually my pleasure and privilege to be invited to be here today. It's also a distinct privilege for me to be speaking my Ibu Bahasa, my English, because as a senior lecturer in a public university in Malaysia, I'm actually usually giving my lectures in Malay. So to be able to speak my my own language and yet bring a little bit of a paper that I've been working on in Indonesian folklore is interesting. But I'm really happy to be with everybody today.
Great, thank you ever so much. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now let me summarize her long CV, which if I read all, then it takes probably.
You don't have to read all of that. I sent like a
biography. I want to summarize it then. Okay. If you feel it's not represent what you want to introduce to the audience, then you may add yourself. Okay, Dr. Hartwig. All right. So Dr. Hartwig is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Music and Performing Arts at Sultan Idris Education University, Tanjung Malin, Malaysia. I don't know where Tanjung Malin is. You say it. The negara bagian Perak, ya, is it right?
Dia dekat Perak.
Okay.
Mungkin macam sejam setengah di kalau kita mandu daripada KL, mandu utara.
All I know is only Penang and Malacca, the only two.
Dia lagi atas daripada Melaka, kan? So it's halfway to Penang.
Oh, okay, halfway to Penang. Oh, okay. Right, yeah. Right, so she began her career as a lecturer at Yale College Departments of Religious Studies, teaching graduate course in ritual and performance at Yale College in 2014. Then in 2015, she got her academic status of adjunct associate professor at the Departments of Anthropology and Archaeology, Brooklyn College City University of New York, Brooklyn. Yeah, Brooklyn is a very famous place for brung in the past. I don't know. I think it's different. Yeah. Before moving to Hofstra University, Hampstead, New York. From 2019 to the present day, she is a lecturer at the Faculty of Music and Performing Arts, Sultan Idris Education University, Tanjung Malin, Malaysia. Upcoming is a brief of her educational background. She obtained her Bachelor of Arts in Anthropology degree with honors Phil Beta Kappa at Berkeley, California. And then her degree of Master of Arts in Anthropology in Folklore was obtained from University of California, Berkeley, before she finally achieved her pinnacle of academic achievement with PhD degree in Folklore and Ethnomusicology, Indiana University, Bloomington, Indiana, the USA. I think this is the same university where Pak Retang used to be in, yeah?
Yeah, one note, I did 2 masters and a double PhD at Indiana. All of my graduate degrees were from Indiana.
So is it the first time you get to know her, Retang?
I was introduced to, I heard about Pat Retang and his work from Jason Jackson when I was in China. He said that he knew I was working in Malaysia. I'm afraid I graduated a bit before Pat Retang, but his work apparently is famous, that I heard about him at a conference in China. So
okay. Now let me go on. Among the major research grants I have received, I think I need just to highlight. Yeah, among the one which is funded by Malaysian Government Education Ministry, Fundamental Research Grant, yeah, sustaining sustainability, fundamental research of strategies of resilience and adaptive management and Malaysian performing arts. Yeah, Malaysia 2020-2022. I think it's still going on right now. And Grant Penyelidikan Peradaban dan Warisan Melayu, UPSI Malaysian Folk Tales for the World, Inscribing Kelantanis Mak Yong Narratives 2020-2022. This is also still in progress, yeah. And another outstanding achievement is that she used to be a Fulbright Fellow, as she received IFIS Research Grant, yeah, Riau Islands Province, Republic of Indonesia in 2018 until 2019. She has been involved in various monumental events such as museum-related activities, symposium, folk festivals, invited lectures, etc., reflecting that she is indeed a very active and animated person, as well as epitomizable, exemplary academic, I would say. Okay, last but not least, a very long list of applications in the past and currently in the waiting list of application on various topics of culture, heritage, folklore, and arts are so numerous that I cannot read all of them one by one here, because if I read them all, then time will be consumed only for reading her CV, okay? All right, honorable invited speakers, all virtual attendees, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Patricia Ann Hartwig is going to present a topic on tiger tails and living mask, an ontological exploration of Mak Yong performance practice in the Riau archipelago of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please join me in welcoming Dr. Patricia Ann Hartwig with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I'm blushing. I didn't expect such a elaborate reading of my CV. I think the most relevant of everything right now for what we're going to talk about today are the 2 grants that I did in Indonesia. I did a APHIS, well, there was an Indonesian Fulbright from 2018 to 2019, and then an APHIS grant followed on after that, where I was working with folk troops in the Riau archipelago. So we've been talking quite a bit about these ideas of transdisciplinary studies, about literature, about the incorporation of performance. So rather than speak to you about teaching, I want to kind of illustrate how I put this together in some of my work. And then maybe we can come back to issues about pedagogy and teaching if we'd like to. So I'm going to share my screen now, if that's okay, and
please do.
Presentation. Let's see. Is it shared now? Stop share. Hold on. I'm trying to get it to optimize for a video clip, but it doesn't want to do that. Okay, well, we'll just see how it goes. All right, so thank you for your patience. And as mentioned, the title of my talk today is Tiger Tails and Living Mass, an ontological exploration of Mat Yong performance practice in the Riau archipelago of Indonesia. Southeast Asian cultures have long held localized understandings of the intimate relationships that are extant between animals, humans, plants, and the environment. And in many Southeast Asian cultures, humans are recognized as enmeshed in webs of interdependent relationships with plants, animals, spirits, and even important features of the landscape. As Arnhem and Springer note, quote, animals may fuse, refuse, and even confuse nature culture categories and ontologies, unquote, particularly in cultures that acknowledge senses of continuity and kinship between animal, human, plant, and spiritual realms. In our own pandemic experiences, we have been made keenly aware of the challenges that are posed by learning to live with a proliferating array of other kinds of life forms that are increasingly surrounding us. And we need to develop a precise way to analyze how the human is both distinct from and yet continuous with that which lies beyond. This is indeed crucial and timely. So this paper will explore a narrative of the interspecies origin of the Mat Yong tradition in the Indonesian Riau archipelago. I will look at the invocation of animals in the landscape through mantra used during mass performance, and I will delve into a personal account of a Mat Yong performer who, as a young woman, was encouraged by her elders to use magical charms to perform. I will also examine why this young woman subsequently decided to eschew enchanting her performance practice and chose instead to rely more on Islamic prayer and her own acting abilities when performing Mat Yong. Mat Yong dance drama was once performed for entertainment and healing ceremonies by itinerant theater troupes that traveled throughout the northern Malaysian states of Kelantan, Terengganu, Perlis, Kedah, and the southern Thai provinces of Yala, Narathiwat, and Patani. Mat Yong performers in the Riau archipelago describe an exodus of their ancestors from Patani to the Riau Islands in the late 18th century. The geographic and political isolation of the Riau archipelago Mat Yong practitioners led to the development of really unique regional variants of Mat Yong performance in instrumentation, acting styles, and tales. In Indonesia's Riau archipelago, which we now know as Kepulauan Riau province or Capri, Mat Yong performers in the village of Kijang Keke on Bintan Island and on nearby Mantang Orang trace their ancestral and performative lineage to Patani in present-day southern Thailand. According to Tengku Muhammad Sattar, the leader of Sanggar Seni Theater Mat Yong Warisan, located in the village of Kijang Keke on Bintan, his maternal ancestors were Patani performers who passed through Kelantan and Temaset, which we now know as Singapore, before settling on the island of Mantang Orang. Although the date of departure of his maternal ancestors from Patani is vague, Pat Sattar notes that he believes that they left in about 1780. Let me see if I can get my map animation there. Okay. So there you can see they're going down to Kepulauan Riau. There. So according to the historian Francis R. Bradley, the defeat and the destruction of the Patani Sultanate by Siam took place over the course of 5 wars, from 1785 to 1838. Bradley argues that Siam employed 4 main tactics to subdue the polity of Patani, including massacre, slave raiding, environmental warfare, and the expulsion of refugees. Quote, the Patani people who escaped death or capture in 1786 fled by the tens of thousands into the neighboring polities of Kedah, Kelantan, Perak, and Terengganu. And if the oral tradition of the Mat Yong Riau practitioners is to be believed as well, it also was an exodus that led them to Kepulauan Riau. Although it's impossible to ascertain if Pak Satar's maternal ancestors were Patani war refugees, an estimated time frame of departure of Patani and the stories of a period of sojourn in Kelantan before migrating to Temaset and the Riau Islands suggest that the political unrest in Patani in the late 18th and early 19th centuries could have provided the push factor for the emigration of citizens to the Riau archipelago from the former Patani Sultanate. The late Pak Gani, a Mat Yong performer from Mantangarang, told an alternative narrative regarding the history of Mat Yong in the Riau archipelago at his home on Mantangarang Island on March 11th in 2019. Let's see. What I know, I learned from my own grandfather. This is a quote from Pak Gani. I've translated the tale into English. At that time, he told a story of a person named Solat, who was a trader. He liked to sail here and there in a large boat. So one day he went on a trading mission to the area surrounding the island of Percha. Percha is Sumatra. Before they arrived to the island of Percha, they were hit by a typhoon storm. The boat broke apart. So when the strong storm winds came, the boom of the sail was flattened and traveled the length of Sumatra because Sumatra is very long, so said my grandfather. After the boat had run its course, it broke apart. He was stranded in a place named Pusat Tasit Pau Jangi, Tempat Air Lenggong. That is where he was stranded when his boat broke apart. There he was stranded and he broke away from that boat. He was under it like that, a brown cloth, under a twisted calico cloth. He took 2 nails and a hammer. At this place, there was a pau tree. Apparently at that place, it appears that there are ships all around and very old, like a reef that rises up. But the largest exposed reef is covered by a pau tree. Every day to that pau tree descended the largest Garuda from the blue skies, and it perched there. It ate that pau fruit. After the Garuda ate the pau fruit, it would fly to the fields and into the middle of the forest to search for its victims. So after he was stranded, Solat was aware and he used his reason, because that place was far away and there were no people. There wasn't even any water surrounding him. So he had the thought to use a cloth to cling to the Garuda to save himself from that place. And when the Garuda was eating of that tree, he tied the cloth to carry him to each of the Garuda's legs here and there, and he entered into the middle. And after that, he clung there. The Garuda descended to an open field to eat. At that time, he descended and began to walk wherever his feet would take him. He came to a cave, and in that cave was a tiger cave. When he arrived, the king of the tigers asked him, "Where are you from?" To this he answered, "I'm a person who's lost. When I left my home, I was a trader. I brought these things to trade. My boat was wrecked in a storm." And he spoke like this. "You," he said, "if it is like this now, then where do you plan to hide yourself? Because my people are still roaming in the forest. Later this evening, they will gather. If you do not have a place to hide, later they will eat you." So it was forced. "What is the best way for me to be protected?" "Okay," said the king of the tigers, "it's better if you hide yourself in a large pan like this." The word that's used is actually kwali. So ironically, they have him hiding in the cooking pan. So that day passed like that, and there was the sound of tigers. Guam, guam. They want to come back, right? Pak Solat went under the cooking pan, and apparently that night they held a big festival with many types of dances. And from there, this Pak Solat got all the dances, Pencak Silat, Dangkung, many types of dances, many types of performances, because he spied on them. Yes, because he watched them all, the tigers perform. So when it was morning, he asked, "Why did you hold the festival?" "Certainly, it is like that. Every night we hold it." So after that, he said, "May I excuse myself to find a place to return to my home? I want to go to the end of Sumatra, the very end." So he went to the end, near to the sea. And from there he saw a sailing ship, a sailor. When he was near, he called the sailor. It seemed that the sailor was from Malaysia. Malaysia's in the East Block. There he was able to follow him back to his home. When he returned home, he remembered the dances like Zapin, Mat Yong, many forms of Dangkong, Penchat Silat, and many others. And when he was in Thailand, Terengganu, Kelantan, he demonstrated and taught everything. And after that, the art grew. Maybe when he demonstrated, the people had never seen it. From Thailand to Kelantan, Kelantan to Tumpat, Pak Kipli, well, he lived in Singapore. So after that, they brought it here to Mantangarang. So Pak Gani's incredible tale of Capri Mat Yong origins echoes motifs of the legend of the Pau Jangi tree. The Pau Jangi or Coco de Mer is known as the sea coconut, and it's the largest palm in the world. It can reach more than 30 meters in height, and it's endemic to the Seychelles archipelago in the Indian Ocean. Variants of the Malay legend of the Pau Jangi can be found in British anthropological texts, including William Walter Skeet's Malay Magic and Wilkinson's Malay English Dictionary, but tales of the underwater forests of sea coconut trees guarded by Garudas drifted with the Indian Ocean tides back to the 16th and 17th century Europe and the Maldives, where sea coconuts were highly valued. Sea coconuts found in the sea or on the shores no longer had husks, so they actually resembled voluptuous hips and buttocks of a lady or a woman. Sea coconuts were prized in the Maldives and by Europeans of the 16th and the 17th century for supposed healing and magical properties. And even the Holy Roman Emperor, Rudolph II, reported to have purchased a sea coconut for 4,000 golden florins. In 1769, Jean Duchamp sailed to Praslin, which was the second largest island of the Seychelles, where he found an abundance of sea coconut trees. This severely dampened the world market for the legendary fruit. But in the Malay narratives, the navel of the sea continued to be said to drain the waters of the world, with the Pau Jangi tree at its center, serving as a submerged axis mundi that linked the underwater world to the human realm and the airy heavens. Malay variants of the Pau Jangi legend describe a whirlpool in the middle of the sea, sometimes referred to as the navel of the world, in which the Pau Jangi tree sits. At the base of the Pau Jangi tree sits a giant crab who controls the ebbing and the flowing of the tides. A roc or garuda nests in its branches, and the naga is often found entwined in its roots. Like many tales of the Malay world, the drift of the Pau Jangi tree as navel of the seas is difficult to trace. Some legends place its location at the tip of southern Sumatra, while others describe the location of the whirlpool to be in Bagan Datuk, at the mouth of the Perak River, not far from where I am. This is a submarine axis mundi, and its exact location of its waterborne cosmology is perpetually afloat in the waters of the Malay world. So Pak Gani's tale actually links the cosmology of the navel of the seas to a Capri Mat Yong origin tale, claiming that the arts of Mat Yong, Penchat Silat, and Dangkong in Patani, Terengganu, Kelantan, and finally Capri actually originated from Solat's mimesis of furtively observed performances of Sumatran tigers during their festivals. Solat's study of Mat Yong amongst Sumatran tigers is an interspecies exchange between human and animal worlds. And this is a tale that argues that this gives birth to art forms that spread from Sumatra to southern Thailand to the east coast of the Malay Peninsula, and finally the Riau Archipelago. The idea of humans learning performing arts from tigers in Sumatra is not exclusive to the Capri Mat Yong tradition. Ethnomusicologist Margaret Kartomi documented tiger capturing songs of the people of the Minangkabau Highlands, and she notes that many continue to maintain that the king of the tigers is the patron of Penchat Silat in the Minangkabau Highlands. And Bart Berengret also reports that the Suku Mamak people who live in the forests of Rengat and Riau also invoke tiger spirits during martial arts lessons. Tiger characters and were-tigers continue to be very important aspects of Capri Mat Yong performance, and even Kelantanese Mat Yong and mind-free tradition, where people go into a tiger trance, as seen here. In addition to highlighting the watery cosmology of the Pokok Pau Jangi and narrating these transnational, transcultural exchanges between Solat and Sumatran tigers that inspired Mat Yong, Pak Gani's origin story further underscores the linkages between Patani, the Riau Archipelago, and Sumatran Mat Yong traditions, and exemplifies how myth and historicity Ontology and international commerce continue to intertwine in the oral histories that are told about the origins and transmission of performing arts like Matyong, Pencak Silat, and Joget Dangkong in maritime Southeast Asia. So Kepulauan Riau Matyong performers use changi or metal fingernail extensions, and they also use wooden or paper mache masks during their performances. Okay, this might take a moment to load. There's a bunch of masks. During my field work in 2018 to 2019, I documented 16 different Matyong masks. This is from Pak Satar's family. And they are not terribly different, as you can see, from the masks that were documented in the early 19th century Matyong, pictures of Matyong masks in Skeet in the Malay Peninsula. So the picture on top is from Skeet, and those are my pictures below. Two of the most important masks, and the two that are put on stage during a performance in full sight of the audience, are the royal servants Awang Pengasu and Inang Pengasu. Pak Sartar's family owns many wooden masks, but the possession of the masks are, they're seen as objects of spiritual power, and they have storied abilities to transform Matyong performers through performance. So these sorts of the way that these are sort of spiritually and culturally valuable has actually led to difficulties between himself and his younger brother, Pak Motar. Pak Motar currently possesses the family heritage masks, but he keeps them wrapped in plastic under a bed, and they're only brought out occasionally for performance. Pak Sartar feels that these wooden masks are invested heritage objects, and they're, in a sense, hidup or alive. And in that way, they should be hung up high in a place of honor and respected with regular ritual offerings. Pak Sartar is unwilling to fight his younger brother for control of the heirlooms invested with spirit, these wooden masks. So instead, for his performances, he makes paper mache replicas that he molds with newspaper and egg yolks around a clay base. And he uses these in his performance. These paper mache masks are not invested, and yet the belief in the transcendent power of mask performance is so strong that I've heard Pak Sartar students claim to feel the spirit of Awang Pengasu come into them and take their place while wearing even a paper mache mask during what he felt was a particularly good performance. So mantra are an important part of the masking tradition in Capri, and there are, we're going to look at two mantra for the Awang Pengasu and also the Inang Pengasu mask. And note that the language of the mask mantra invoke powerful spiritual animals like the fierce mother tiger and the white elephant. Both the mantra end in calling samangat with a kur sound, which imitates the call of a bird. So I'll read it in English because it's an English conference, but I have the Malay below. Here the croak, the fires of hell extinguished in the crater are boiling. The fierce mother tiger delivers when she is young. The white elephant crosses the sea. Again you submit. Again you worship my big toe. Calling the spirit of the seven winds. All right. So you can see kind of the ritual language. Now this is in order to wear the mask of the Inang Pengasu, the mantra that you would recite to yourself is, whipping the water ajar it trembles. I wear sedulang kache chabe. I am like a mountain. I use a charm to make others submit. It is not I who unlocks Allah, whom I call, the spirit of the seven capes that I exclaim. Okay, so masks, whether they be made from paper mache, wood, or fiberglass, continue to be an important part of the Capri Matyong tradition. And mantra that invoke the fierce mother tiger, the white elephant, and the prominent features of the landscape end with bird-like calls of samangat. Old masks are thought to be invested with the spirit of characters or Matyong ancestors, and the Capri Matyong opening ritual of the Bukatana includes a ritual blessing and sensing of masks with kemenyan at the beginning of every performance. So like the origin legend told by Pak Gani, the Capri Matyong masking tradition encapsulates through performance an ontology that merges human performers, ancestral spirits, and animal attributes, expressed in mantra when donning the masks. I should also note that they also embody tigers and wear tiger costumes as well. I thought it might be interesting for you to actually see what it looks like to put on a mask in performance. So I'm going to play a short clip and then move on. So I hope this will come through. Okay, so that gives you an idea of what it looks like to put on the mask. So while many elements of Capri Mat Yong performance include mysticism, some Capri Mat Yong performers do note that they personally feel increasingly uneasy performing traditional rituals that enchant performance. Ibu Elvi is a founding member of Mat Yong Muda of Tanjung Pinang, a performing arts sanggar that she runs with her husband, Syed Parman. Ibu Elvi is not a lineage Mat Yong performer, but she studied Mat Yong as a teenager in Tanjung Pinang with Pak Atan and Pak Khalid, who are lineage performers from Mantang Arang, and who were paid to teach Mat Yong to young people in Tanjung Pinang in the 80s. She explains that when she was a young woman, she went with Pak Atan and Pak Khalid to perform in Pekanbaru. Pak Atan arranged her headdress, and Pak Khalid gave her a glass of water that had been blessed or enchanted through mantra or prayer. Her lineage teachers also placed a splinter of wood between her teeth. Ibu Elvi claims that these charms had a particular effect on her. Then straight away, I could not see behind myself or in front. It was like that in the panggung. I put on the false fingernails. At the first, I felt selfish, like my ego was huge. This is my country. Ah, this is a start. When that was all finished, I felt that there was no one better than me. I performed, I memorized it all. When it was truly over, they took everything off. They finished removing everything. And I asked, did I perform just now? I did not remember that I was in the panggung. Ibu Elvi contrasted this phenomenological experience of charm performance in Pekanbaru as a young woman with her experience of a government-sponsored performance as a more mature performer in 2011 in Thailand. By this time, Ibu Elvi no longer desired to use enchanted waters, mantra, or charm pieces of wood to help her perform. Her husband, Syed Parman, required that she be confined to her hotel room the day before her performance in Bangkok, where she recited the Sunnah and other obligatory prayers. Quote, I didn't use prayers, the thing they put in my mouth, charmed water, nothing. I was confined for one day by Pat Syed Parman in the room of my hotel. I was ordered to study the whole book, the whole Quran. I was reordered to recite the Sunnah, the obligatory prayers. I could not go out. Him? I don't know. So that I would not get involved with strange things, maybe. I focused more on asking Allah because I'm a Muslim, right? I don't look anywhere for mantra or anything else because truly we are from there. I did that until the night when I performed. I knew that I had performed. I performed. All this time I never knew I'd performed. It wasn't that I didn't feel the performance. It's just when I finished, I forgot what had happened in the panggung, as if it had been someone else in my body. That which was planted anew cannot always root. So when I tried this new way, I cannot sing. I cannot release my voice. That was the difference. But it was different when I performed in Thailand. I could also sing after performing. Only I was aware. Oh, there's the audience. Oh, there's this and there's that. If I use that, the enchanted water and the wooden splinter, I don't care. I'm in my own world by myself. It is strange. If people hear my voice or I say words, if people from far away will turn back and come, it's delicious. She said, enak sekali. Okay? So that sort of sense of her performance is delicious, is tasty. Okay, when I asked Ibu Elvi if the knowledge of how to enchant a Matyong performance was passed down to her before her teachers Pak Khalid and Pak Atan passed away, she replied, I did not ask for it. I was scared. It's a sin. Shirik. So as we can see, many Southeast Asian performance traditions include oral, physical, and mythological references to the natural and supernatural worlds. For this reasons, animals as varied as birds, tigers, human animal chimera, and mythological beings are often invoked, embodied, and referenced in Southeast Asian performing arts. Performance forms of Southeast Asia can and also have multiple intended audiences that simultaneously include humans, ancestors, animals, plants, and even supernatural beings. In the narratives told by the Matyong performers in the Riau archipelago, they describe ancestors that fly with the Garuda and learn Matyong from tigers. Their tales also emphasize the ability of Matyong performance to transcend space and time, as well as the boundaries between human, animal, and supernatural realms. Blessed wood splinters, invested wooden masks, mantra, and enchanted water continues to be a part of the performance practice of the Riau archipelago Matyong performers. However, for some performers, these practices are becoming mere phenomenological memories and the performance lore rather than embodied practice, as performers make personal choices not to continue traditions designed to invite or encourage transcendence or spiritual connection beyond a carefully prescribed religious identity. And so that's my presentation, and I'll stop my share for now. And I hope that it helped you learn a little bit more about performance practice in the Riau archipelago. And I welcome discussion later. Thank you.
Okay, I forget to unmute myself. Thank you, audience. Thank you very much, Dr. Ann. As you have shared such an interesting result of investigation about tiger tails and living mass, a cultural heritage which I myself, and maybe many of us as Indonesians never heard of, strange, yeah? In spite of the fact that when you talk about the cultural performance such as tiger tails and living mass, it's a reminiscence of some other performance in Java as well. We have it in near Muntilan, where we have Kubro, which well, in some way involve mantra, supernatural, and natural, something like that, and has a history as well. In Ponorogo, there is Riok as well, which involve historical background, but then it's also involves some mantra and some kinds of, I don't know, some magical stuff, which is actually almost ubiquitous in Java itself. Okay. All right, to appreciate Dr. Hartwig for such an interesting presentation, audience, please once again, I would like you to give her your big rounded applause. Right, let us proceed to the last plenary speakers. Before we start with the presentation, let me introduce you to two last speakers. They will be together at the same slot. The first, Ms. Angelika Riandari, SSMA, PhD, who is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Language and Arts, Sukio Pranoto. She, having completed her master's degree in Nottingham University in the UK in 1999, she pursued a doctorate degree and obtained PhD degree in University of Western Australia, majoring in Asian Studies in 2014. Her major research interest is in gender studies and literature and culture. She is currently the secretary of the study program in the Faculty of Language and Art, Sukio Pranoto. Then the second speaker, yeah, will jointly be in the same slot of session. Ms. Emiliani Aidawati, SPM Boom, is a senior lecturer at the Faculty of Language and Arts, Sukyo Pranto. She received her bachelor degree at Satya Wacana Christian University, Salatiga. Then she took her master degree at Atmajaya Catholic University, Jakarta. She is currently still pursuing her doctorate degree at UNES Semarang. Yeah, will finish this year, I believe. Yeah. She is currently the head of the study program at the Faculty of Language and Arts, Sukyo Pranoto. Her major research interest is on the issues on teaching, writing, and the educational technology in particular, where writing issues are concerned. Right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, now allow me to welcome the last speakers, Angelika Riandari, SMA PhD, and Emiliani Aidawati, SPM Home, to deliver their presentation. Please join me in welcoming them with a rounded applause. Time is yours.
All right, yes, thank you very much, Mr. Suratmo. I'm going to present, we as a team are going to present our article, which is titled People Love Stories, Storytelling in Business. This is quite new for us because this is one of our development. Basically, both of us are English department lecturers, but because since 2013, we are having Entrepreneurship. So it is a combination, a mix between English and entrepreneurship. So we have to kind of like develop new things. Okay. The first presenter will be Mrs. Aidawati, and I'll be joining her halfway. Okay. I'm going to share the presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to start our presentation. Yeah, as Bu Iko has already told that we are in Entrepreneurship concentration, so that's why we try to develop time by time. Okay, so people love stories. I think that all of you agree that people love stories. Not only children who like fairy tale stories. I remember when I was a kid, my grandma always told me before we slept. Yeah, and it was so interesting to listen to her stories, although sometimes the stories were repeated. Yeah, I think that not only children who love stories, but also people from different ages, like adult like us. I think that all of us still enjoy watching film. Also in this pandemic, we also watch films, we watch YouTube because the theater is also closed. Yeah, so everybody loves story. That's the fact. Knowing this fact, we also want to relate, because this is the program that we have to expand. That's Entrepreneurship. Okay, next. So in a business presentation, we will see data on the number of customers, the amount of profit or loss, and then the number of the sales. Yeah, how many products we can sell, and then what is the profit that we can get from the services. People are bombarded by data. Even these days, we are also bombarded by the number of the people who pass away because of the COVID-19 pandemic. But I think that it's easy for us to forget the numbers. Yeah, we forget to, easy for us to not to put the numbers in our mind. But what about story? I think that people, yeah, maybe not all, but most people never forget a good story. I still remember some of the stories that my grandma told me when I was a kid. And what about COVID-19 pandemic? We may forget the number that we see every time. That today the number of the people who suffered from COVID-19 is this number and that number. This number people die because of the COVID and so on. But I'm sure that there are stories. There are stories about how people can survive from the COVID-19 virus. And we also have stories about people who pass away because of this very dangerous virus. We know the story, we hear the story, we listen to people tell us the story, we watch the status of our friend's story, and then we know the story, and we may not forget the story, but the number, I'm sure we may forget it. So that's the fact that people forget data easily, but not the story. So I have a story of lumpia, how lumpia and a woman struggle. Yeah. Once there was a beautiful girl who got a lumpia business from his father. It was a generation to generation business. As the woman got married, the father opened a lumpia shop in one of the main streets in Semarang, the lumpia city. The business that the woman had grown up with the help of the husband and also his big family, the husband big family. But then a conflict happened and it ended with a divorce. And this woman had to leave not only the place where she grew up, her only daughter, but also her lumpia business. In a nutshell, with the help of her father, she has risen from her fall and started another lumpia shop, a bigger one. The ones who know this sad story supported her by boycotting her ex-husband's shop. Finally, this woman lives happily with her only daughter, and she can meet her daughter's need without her father's support. Knowing this story, it also influenced me. After I know this story, since then, I just buy lumpia from this shop. So story really influence business. There are always stories behind the success of some business. So look at these two people who are so successful. I think that all of you know the first person is Jack Ma. And there is also a story behind his success. One of the story is that when KFC came to China, 24 people went for the job. 23 were accepted, but he was the only guy among the 24. I think that you know this story, but there is one interesting story that behind his success. Do you know his previous job? He used to be an English teacher. So you see, an English teacher can be so successful in his business. And the second story is about Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs also had an unhappy childhood. When her mother delivered him, she didn't want to accept him because the man didn't marry her. But luckily that he was adopted by a happy couple who tried their best to raise him. And now we know that he is one of the richest person in the world. So from these two stories, we know that there is always story behind the success. And as the head of Entrepreneurship program, I believe that integrating storytelling and business is really important. The students' ability to write and tell stories about the business will help them to expand their business. Entrepreneurship program is a multidisciplines program. Well, actually it is a concentration, yeah. So as an English department, we have an entrepreneurship concentration where students learn how to have their own business. Student learns to be an entrepreneur, but still they graduate as a Sarjana Sastra. So the idea of integrating storytelling and business is really an innovative and important thing for the students. That's why now, after we conducting a research, we offer this subject to the students of Entrepreneurship concentration. So there is a subject that mix about the storytelling and business, how storytelling can help them to be successful in that business. Well, that's what I can share about the integrating of storytelling and business, story of a success. My friend, Dr. Angelica will continue with the story behind it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mrs. Amelia. You may, keep the. Okay, right. This is the startup. I'm just following.
Ika, unmute, please.
Bu Ika masih.
Okay. Ibu Emilia, could you please? Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm continuing Ibu Emilia Ninik's explanation about integrating storytelling in business. And then I'm going more to the theories that we are thinking of putting there when we are teaching our students. The first things we are going to introduce that when it comes to stories in general, there are story style. Okay, story can take the theme of, there are lots of things, love, hate, but especially when it comes to the business presentation about the way you have to market products and services, as well as the way you try to promote the brand, especially when it comes to how to share the business, the business owner story. There are 4 story style actually that can be used there. The first one is triumph, when on the moments that people are proud of, and then when they can help others and the community. The example is I started opening up to my team about my personal life to create better connection. So it's kind of like achievement. And the second one, the opening can be say related to the tragedy, the circumstances when people regret. Okay. This is just an example of the hook there, the opening. Within the first year of working in this job, my health is failing. So it will go on and on, talking about how this person overcomes the problem. And it can also be the tension. So the events that compromise a person's values, loyalties, and also the obligation. This is, I just give the example for the students later on to learn, okay, this is the tension. I felt I needed to show everyone who was the boss. I met resistance. Okay, so there is a tension there. And then it will go on to how this person solved the problem. And then also transition. This is the times of significant change where people may have faced a choice. Okay, that might be from their own, but also be forced on them. For example, the job required my family and I to move to different cities in Central Java. So I have to develop certain business. I mean, with this kind of style, you know, a business person can create atmosphere. Okay, so it's just like watching movie, watching film, whether it is about a hero, about like a heroic movie, or is it about the a sad love story, or is that about conflict or the war one, or is it about the transformation and changing? Okay, so later on during in the class of storytelling in business, the students are going to taught to learn this kind of story style. Okay, and they also need to learn this one. Every story, so it's kind of like integrating a very basic literature theories. That theory always have a beginning, the middle, and the end. And the beginning is usually the exposition, the scene setting, what is it? The part where the characters are introduced, and then all the necessary introduction to the setting of place, the setting of time, and etc. And then in the middle, okay, it will talk about the journey, the action, about the racing action, about the climax, about before that, the conflicts that happens. And then after that, we have the end, the resolution. All right. And then here, I'm quoting Choi, 2017, Sarah Choi, who wrote a book on the art of storytelling for business. So she wrote down that structurally, okay, because we are talking about the business people here who will learn how to tell stories, not English literature students who will learn how to criticize works of literature. So it should be more, it should be less complex, so it should be simpler. So the structure has the beginning, at least the middle and the end. And then the story should include a hero, the challenge, the journey, the resolution, the change, and call to action. And then she also wrote that, the story should be authentic. It means that it is a story that reveals the genuine part of the teller, which elicits emotions in the audience. So for a business presentation, the story should be authentic. It should not be a made-up story. Like the story of the lumpia lady that Mrs. Aidawati just told you earlier is a true story. And then I also have the same, I also affected by that story. So whenever now I'm thinking of buying the lumpia or these spring rolls for a guest, okay, I'm going to go to her place because, okay, this is, this is not just a mere business. There are lots of lumpia shops in Semarang, but this person is special because, kind of like, yeah, probably I was wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but I have a feeling that if I buy the lumpia there, as a woman, I just show a solidarity. Okay. And then, so the story should be authentic because people will keep that in mind. Okay. And not only authentic, a story, when you present a business, should be strategic as well. So the story should be able to spark the audience imagination, and then that may cause them to relate to the situation in the story, and then motivates them to act. In this case, probably buying the products or using the using the services offered. All right, then. Sarah Choi here showed that there are many different, there are several plots that can be used when a business presentation, when a business person talks about the business. It can be the man in a hole, taken from the Van Gogh, 2005. So someone, this especially when a person is talking about the business owner success story. Okay, having the good fortune, but then he made a mistakes, or she made a mistakes, and then this business person's is down, and then after taking some actions, so the business revive. Or it's kind of like boy meets girl story. When it started with, okay, just the ordinary one, everything is so peaceful, but then the fortune is up, but then because of some reason it is down again, but finally it revives. Okay, but most, this is what Choi said, and then she also kind of like offer this plot. The usual plot in the business presentation is more from the rags to riches, meaning that you're starting as a poor person, but then because you are so determined to develop the business, you will finally manage to be successful with lots of the ups and down, ups and down, ups and down. All right. So marketing products or services or sharing business success stories need a plot. That's the things that every student later on needs to know. So there should be a hero, the challenge, the journey, the resolution, the change, and call to action. Okay, why we think this is very important for the students to know. Learning from the past experience, Mrs. Aidawati has already mentioned that in this program, students are often asked to present their business plan. Okay. The problem is the students usually do it like, I mean that in a plain way. They start the presentation by saying, hello, good afternoon. Like for example, I'm here, I'm Angelica, and today I'm going to present my business, creamy pudding, okay, or the golden egg. Okay, golden egg is very tasty. It is good. It is healthy. And I think that you're gonna love it. So buy my product. It is cheap as well, and I can deliver it straight to your house. And that's it. Okay, maybe when you listen to the students tell their product, you know, the first students who tell the product that way, you can still be patient. But listening to more than 10 students doing the same things over and over again is just like listening to a broken recording. Okay, so so here we hope that we can give different touch to the students. You know,
Buika, sorry to interrupt. You have 1 more minute to wrap up.
Okay, yes. I'm going to go to the last slide after this. It's just like Professor Novita and also Dr. Patricia, Professor Novita said that it is interdisciplinary, and so this is interdisciplinary from business and literature. And then also the use of the storytelling. I think that Asians are very fond of telling stories more than writing stories. Okay. In the last part, I'm going to show, this is one of the narratives that I really love. Okay, this is Angunche Sasmi actually promoting SK2, the cosmetics. But what is it? the company wraps it in a way that it has something to do with the woman empowerment. I'm going to just read some part of it, and then the rest can be read by yourself. Being successful at an early stage in life can be dangerous. Back in Indonesia, I was really trapped by my own success. Those times were not the happiest, I have to say, which is ridiculous sometimes, because when you have such success, but you are not happy, something definitely wrong. Okay, and then she left Indonesia, but she moved to London, but she had problems there. So when I realized that it was not going to happen in London, I was bitter. What stopped me to going back home was the fact that I promised to myself that I would never go back without something. So she answered to the challenge. So I decided to move from England to France. Okay, it was like an epiphany. After all the rejection, and all of a sudden, I got to meet the right people. I got to write good songs. And the resolution, I mean, that it's a happy ending. Starting from something happy, but then the challenge there, and then she take actions, and finally she is happy. This kind of narrative is very memorable. And then it is also easy to follow. I mean that, okay, I can always remember this one. So this is what we need the students to learn. Okay, so thank you very much for listening to our presentation. I'm giving back the mic to Dr. Sudarto. Pak Anton.
Sorry to unmute, as always. Thank you ever so much, Dr. Yandari and Ms. Aidawati, for your presentation. Well, as a moderator, it seems to me that in the world of hyperreality, there is a new trend of interdisciplinarity. This is exactly what has been reflected by the presentations of the four speakers this afternoon. As by being so, in my opinion, life is more and more vivid, vibrant, and a lot less boring. That's my personal opinion, though. Thank you, Dr. Yandari, once again, and Ms. Aidawati for the interesting and novel idea of business. Applause. Yeah, novel idea of business narrative of Lumpia and X. That's my own title. Yeah, from my own terminology. So, dear audience, let all of us together, once again, give all four speakers our biggest rounded applause. Ladies and gents, now we come to the question and answer session. So, all four speakers, would you be ready on your cam? Okay, and as I said before, I would like to take only 3 questions from the participants on the first round for the live from the live chat. So I will start with the first who write on the live chat, second, the third, etc. Then let us see if time still permits us to take other questions. So it later depends on the availability of the time. Okay, so one important reminder. Please mention whom your question is addressed to, and don't forget to mention your name and affiliation. So there are 3 things you need to write down on your live chat. And it's necessary for me to help organize your question. So please write down your question right now, and I'll call you by your name and then open your camera. Yeah, you will be allowed to ask live on cam. Yeah. Are you done writing on the chat? If you do, now let me check Who write first on the chat?
No question in the chat, Dr. Anton.
No question on the chat.
Yeah, so I think maybe we can invite questions using the microphone.
Okay, so instead then, in fact, the idea of writing first on the chat, I want to provide the cue in more systematic way. So who write first will deserve the first chance. That's what I wanted to. But it seems that no one is asking. So, ladies and gentlemen, I allow open question from the audience. Just directly open your mic. Okay, make your camera on and ask question. Please do from now.
Can I ask a question for our last two speakers?
Sure. Yeah.
I was very interested to kind of see how you guys were investigating this idea of storytelling and business, because, you know, the whole idea of storytelling is sometimes to connect on a personal level. So could you speak a little bit about how you think that these stories may have facilitated the development of a relationship, maybe a trading partnership, or that sort of social context in which these stories would be told?
Okay. Okay, so should I answer it directly, Anton?
Sure, please do, yes.
Okay, all right. So I do not know how it goes. I mean, I'm just waiting for.
Yeah.
Sorry, Patricia.
Yeah. I'm concentrating on the chat.
Okay. All right. Yes. This is quite new for us as well, because we are trying to, you know, there are only few academic books actually on this one. But mostly the storytelling used in business is more to for the networking, how to connect from one person to the other. You know, because it is more like you said, it's personal, or in the leadership training when people needs to motivate other people, like. But then there are books also which tells why not using storytelling to sell products, because it will be more interesting, it will not be boring, because nowadays there are lots of products, right, and services, and then people kind of like bombarded with the messages. So they said that if the story is good, so I'm going to take that one. Okay, because and then we try to to start from that idea, and then I do not know whether we are going to be successful or not. It will be seen later on. So later on, I hope that I can show also the video how the students doing that one, and then me and Bunini, both of us are still trying to figure out how these things work. The idea is using the storytelling, but also at the same time, we have to be a really good storyteller, right? And then it is also not that easy. I can easily tell people about my personal life, but when it comes to marketing the products, okay, it should be should be different, because people will lose track. They're going to remember me as a person, but they're not going to remember the product I sell them if I'm doing it wrong. Okay, yes, thank you for that one. I'm going to highlight, okay, it established the communication, but at the same time, when it comes to the business presentation, we have to be really careful not to lose the idea of selling the product itself. Okay, yes, thank you very much.
Hello, okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Ma'am Riandari. Okay, Dr. Habib, does she answer your question?
Yeah, she did. And I was just thinking back a couple years, there was actually two stories that tell products. And of course, my mind is still thinking about Garuda because I told a story about Garuda. I was thinking of the Indo ice cream Nusantara. There's a commercial, right? And a man, there's a wife, she's trying to control her children. It's in the Siri Vijaya period. And she calls her husband on, you know, a Siri Vijayan styled cell phone. And he's navigating with a GPS with a Garuda to go find Indo ice cream Nusantara, right? That is an example of, you know, pulling from folklore, but I still remember that commercial and it's been several years. So I don't know. I mean, that to me kind of is an idea of kind of incorporating storytelling and commercialism in terms of selling a product. But what she was kind of talking about seemed to be more like establishing that one-to-one personal connection. So I look forward to learning more about her work and seeing how it develops.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, in public chat, Panton.
Okay, to Patricia, that's from Seretang. Yeah, it's interesting on how human mimic nature animals. Yeah, in Sumba dance performance imitate horses, jumping as horses does, walking like rooster, nodding like dove. But Sumba is not familiar with mask. Using mask in performance, it is because they mimic tame animals, not tiger. So the question is,
I think that's really interesting. Can I answer that?
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so actually, I've been thinking a lot about this animal-human connection and local ontologies. And I think this conference is particularly interesting because all these stories of Nusantara have these sorts of connections, right? They talk, and you have kind of these animal-human relationships, right? There's been a long sort of observance of the natural world. And in Malaysian Mat Yong performance, you know, your hand movements, everything are supposed to be like the fluttering of the leaves in the wind.
Okay,
They're mimesis of the natural world. Interestingly enough, in Malaysian Mat Yong performance, because of the issues of Islamic reinterpretation of performance tradition, no masks are used. So, but people do turn into tigers. They go into tiger trances. They embody the tiger spirit, and I've seen that. So I don't think you necessarily need the mask. I think the mask provides sometimes kind of like a crystallization or a means of transformation. I think it's a very powerful symbol because you're covering your face and you get that chance to kind of internalize and have that lahir batin sort of experience made manifest, if you will, you know. But I think that idea of mimesis or interaction between animal-human realms is something that you find in so many traditions. And I'm actually working on an edited volume with my colleague, Mare Mantle Hood, that's called The Animal Within. And we're looking at animal-human relationships as expressed in the performing arts of Southeast Asia. So we're kind of looking at this, like in Borneo, it's usually birds, you know, whether it be the burung kenyalang or the helang or the eagles or other things. In the Philippines, it's often birds and bird spirits. If you're going into Sumatra, it's often tigers, right? But in Singapore, we look at kuda kapang, right? Which is, you know, a variant of the, or an adaptation of the Riorg Jatilan sort of kuda lumping kind of tradition. You have Sanghyang. So you have this kind of idea of the performance form as places of transcendence, sort of getting out of being human and kind of interacting with what surrounds us. And I think that that kind of rich ontological system is very much preserved in a sense in traditional forms of expression. And given where we are in the world today, I think it might not be a bad idea to know more about these forms because many people are not continuing them, right? And given that we have a lot of problems because we've kind of separated ourselves from living with and among nature, we kind of have this Western concept, Cartesian dualism of human, non-human, I think that that leads to a lot of the problems we have today in terms of, you know, ecological collapse and many other issues. So yeah, I think certainly it's there, and I'd be interested to learn much more about Sumbani's traditions of animal mimesis in the performing arts.
All right, I myself have questions, but I think I need to try to prioritize the audience. Please, other questions? So, does it mean that I can ask questions?
I'm actually still typing the questions for Patricia. Okay, this is really interesting. Can I?
Sure.
Okay. Hello, Patricia. Okay. You know, what do you think about? I know that this is a bit sensitive even for Indonesian when they talk about this mantra and things, right? I saw there in one of your slides that the girl said that, okay, in my religion, I should not believe in that kind of things. Do you think that she said that to you just because she doesn't want you to think that she's not pious, but or she genuinely think that, okay, it doesn't affect her?
Well, I think what it is we're all human beings and we all change and evolve as we age. And this person was a person in her 40s. And so when she was in her 20s, she would think nothing of it because she said she kind of didn't know better. This is what her teachers did, right? It's a lineage tradition, and they would, you know, here's a glass of water. She doesn't know what they've said over it. You know, here, put this in your teeth. She doesn't know what it entails. And I mean, I've kind of looked at this in the Mat Yong tradition in Kelantan and the Kuda Kepang tradition in Singapore, as well as in Kepulauan Riau. And at least what I'm finding in many Muslim areas in different places, people are actively adapting performance practice to try to fit with modern concepts of religious praxis. So maybe in the past, this sort of syncretism or these syncretic practices would not be questioned or seen as problematic, but as people go back and they're exposed to the wider world or new interpretations of appropriate Islamic practice, then they reevaluate and they change. I think we can see that throughout Southeast Asia. I think you can even see that with clothing. You can see it with fashion changes in terms of who wears hijab publicly or not, who wears the niqab or not. This is not a static thing. And I think that's the same with performance. I think people might do it when they're young because they don't really think about it. But then as they get older, they're like, no, I'm a Muslim, I can't do this. So I think that it's kind of has to do, maybe you could think that she's saying this to me, but I also, you know, stayed at her house and watched how she lived and heard about her life. And she seemed pretty genuine about, you know, her faith. And, you know, she wore hijab every day and would excuse herself to pray. And so I don't know, I have a tendency to think it might just be her evolution as an individual.
All right. Okay.
Enough,
Yes.
Amika?
Yes.
All right. Well, I asked the person in charge, is does time still spare us or no? Time still spare us. Is it still available? 10 minutes. Yeah. From Seretang, how much time do we have?
I think we can have 10 more minutes.
10 more minutes. Okay, thank you. Hello, audience. I cannot check how many audience are still still staying here. How many?
Yeah, it says 101.
101. Yeah.
Oh, still pretty many, yeah. But yeah, any question?
Anton?
Yeah. Okay, Pak Adi. Please do.
Okay. Sorry. May I address? Oh, I'm Adi from DPA, Faculty of Language and Art, SU. Can I address my question to Professor Novita, please? Is she still around?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, I just want to ask you, in your experience, okay, in designing probably the interdisciplinarity idea and also implementation in Sanata Dharma curriculums in this case, especially for the English Letters Department, to what extent in this case the English Letters Department of Sanata Dharma has incorporated and integrated the idea and the practices of interdisciplinarity, especially in preparing the students to write their skripsi or thesis, right? So that probably my question goes to the idea, how are you going to control, in this case, or the department is going to control, so that let them write still within the area of the undergraduate, so that we are not going to give them a lot of theories and things like that, right? So how are you going to, can you share your experience in this case, please?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Pak Adi. So far, the students do what I call intradisciplinary rather than inter, yeah, because they are looking at issues within English language studies. Yeah, no one has the guts to cross border, like working together with students from different departments. And I'm actually teaching at the graduate program, whereby students have more liberty to explore topics for their thesis. Some students actually at one point, the program had a collaboration with Simolek, and the students wrote a thesis based on their lived experience of designing a program for smartphone back then. That was a long time ago. And they also developed a model for teaching, like using Moodle. At the time, Moodle was really hype, yeah. And this was funded by Simolek. And the students wrote a thesis based on their experiments, only to that extent. And for the undergraduate, unfortunately, we haven't done anything to that extent, Pak Adi. So we need to have more patience on that. But I think after listening to the other speakers and also this morning, yeah, the speakers all gave us idea about making use of probably short stories on folklore, probably that will be very interesting. Yeah, many students are interested in creative writing. Maybe if they can work together with students doing film studies and they make a program, or try to design English teaching materials, or probably they go deeper into the study of movies themselves, then probably it will be very good, Pak Adi. And then I think I enjoy reading your article. Was it in Kritika Kultura, ya, Pak Adi?
Yeah, Professor.
Yes, that is very interesting. That is the kind of interdisciplinary that I'm expecting to have, yeah, like so that we are not entrapped in our own discipline, but we can go outside, yeah. But it is very hard to go outside our habit. Sometimes we feel we don't have the courage, yeah, to do so. And actually, your project that you publish in your article is very interesting, whereby students can actually go cross border, yeah, Pak Adi. So yeah, so we would like to learn from Sugio Pranoto for that.
Thank you very much, Prof. Novita. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, other audience, any more questions? Hello, hello.
Hello. Me again. But I think that okay.
Really, sorry, before Bu Ika asks questions, please be short, Bu, yeah, because after this we still have some
also things to do. Okay, right. This is really short, Retang. I think that yes, we should. I mean that invite Professor Novita, or we can go to Jogja when everything is safe, when the situation is safe, because we can learn. Yeah, okay. Because you know, in a conference is always limited by time, and I also want to ask lots of questions to Patricia and Professor Novita, but you know, I'm afraid it's going to take time because I'm a very people person.
We should have a 2-day conference.
Exactly.
Ask Henny to hold 2-day conference instead.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Because we have to be up. What is it? We really need to make a progress, especially with this very, you know, the challenge from the government talking about the what is it, Campus Merdeka and all. I think, wow, it's really overwhelmed me. So we need people, also other people to talk to. Okay. Oh, yes, I think that's enough. So.
Sorry, can I add something?
Okay.
Beyond 10 minutes?
No, that's maybe 1 or 2 minutes, Pak Anton.
Oh, okay, yes. I'm okay. Do you still camera? Okay. I'm wasting my mind. Okay, yes, I'd like to respond to Novita based on 2 reasons. First, because she just mentioned what I did, writing and using folklore. It was insightful, Novita, Professor Novita. And secondly, because she is my teacher. She was my teacher in S1, she was my teacher in S2, and because of her, I end up teaching in UKM. I'm really interested with the idea of we work together, because right now I'm teaching copywriting, and then most of the sources I have about copywriting comes from not from English department, no, but from communication and psychology. But it is writing skills, and this is a skill needed in the future, because in the future there will be more content writers, there will be more startups, and we need more copywriters. So it's a new ground here that, let's say, it's not really appropriate, but let's take it over from the guys in ilmu komunikasi and ilmu psikologi. That's all. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mr. Tangguh. Right, Pak Retang, can I?
Yes, please. Yes, conclude, please.
Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, who is now still over 100 participants. We finally come to the very last part of our session, having completed the whole 3 presentations. We know that despite having a crisscross or overlap in some parts of the presentation by the 3 or 4 speakers, each individual speaker present different perspective, which I find difficult to recap in a systematic way, to be honest. Therefore, I leave to you all audience what has been highlighted by Professor Novita about interdisciplinary, and other 3 speakers on narratives of cultural artifact and narratives of business. So it is all, I leave it to all of you audience. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, my greatest appreciation and gratitude to you, all of you, for being so loyal, attending the session from beginning up until the end. Hopefully this seminar will be beneficial for everyone. May God bless you. I return the time to Retang and Irene. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anton. Okay, everyone, we have had amazing presentations and Q&A session. I hope that the second plenary presentations and all other presentations are enriching and become a blessing to us. Thank you, Ibu Angelica, Ibu Nini, Ibu Patricia, Pak Adi, and Pak Anton. Okay, is this me again? Sure, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a reaction for the second plenary session. Could you please applause, or maybe you can send your reaction? Okay, the operator, thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, after this, before we close this event, there are performance by Flacoustic and the operator. The time is yours.
Oh ya, harusnya sertifikat dulu.
We're rolling deep into your underground grip. Though the center prior notice called for you. We wanna make this party you don't wanna skip. Gonna be a show to remember. Take over, start to boogie down. Make over, nothing's gonna take away my life. What's over when it started with that shoot the top line. Walking, I'm getting over. You actually thought that you can get away with skeletons in your closet. Don't think so. We can't reveal the truth up to the public. Put your hands up, time to surrender. Take over, stop the boogie down. Make over, nothing's gonna fit the way my life was over when you started with that shoot up of white marketing. I say it's over. We cannot live by your rules, dirty word. Your ego has driven you out of truth. You only played yourself, got no game, serving you right. Say your prayers now. Take over, stop the boogie down. Make over, nothing's gonna fit the way my life was over when you started with that shoot of white marketing. I'm saying it's over. Take over, stop the boogie down. Make over, nothing's gonna fit the way my life was over when you started with that shoot of white marketing. I'm saying it's over. Victory!
Okay, thank you so much, the operator. I'm sorry, that is not a Flacoustic, that is a Flex Go, a promotion video from our faculty. But before we continue again, here it is as a token of our appreciation. We would like to present you and give you our special virtual acknowledgement. The operator, please share it to us. Okay, here it is, a certificate appreciation for Professor Novita Dewi. Please give your reaction or applause. And the next, it is for Professor Patricia Hartwig. Thank you so much, Professor. We are going to send all of this acknowledgement to all of you. And the last one, and then Miss Angelica Liandari, please give your applause. And then, next, is there any other? Okay, and this is the last one, Miss Emilia Nini Aidawati. Please give your applause. Thank you so much, operator, for sharing the screen for us. Okay, sure. Dear audience speakers, let's keep on to the next agenda. So, the next agenda, Dr. Ekawati will close this conference with a closing speech. Okay, for Mrs. Eka, the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you, Miss Irene. Beautiful as always, from beginning until end. Still beautiful. Thank you. Okay, audience, before I close off our international conference, I would like to report on what has happened in our breakout rooms as well as our plenary session. So what have we learned from this one day Celt, culture, English, language, and teaching experience from this international conference? Well, I am informed that in breakout room A, we found among others that most of us, being from the English department, we can use language studies as the bark or the basis to talk about different Javanese values, such as women's local wisdom through an analysis of a popular film, Tilik, which is popular at the moment, and also about Javanese politeness in a cyber pragmatics perspective. Now, in room B, it is found that during this era of 4.0, lecturers and students are using online synchronous and asynchronous learning system. Amidst the challenges due to some technical problems dealing with technology, the online learning offer wider opportunity for students to learn across nations and culture. This results in the students' intercultural competence improvement. Online learning also motivates teachers to be more creative and innovative in teaching techniques. Some presenters even offer some new designs of flipped classroom, collaborative learning, virtual international joint classes, and contextual material. The borderless classes have allowed students to learn other culture and improve their communicative competence. Room C's discussions tend to focus on modern popular culture, such as how advertisement in makeup and body lotion can show up the cultural hybridity of Western and Eastern culture. There was also a topic about literature learning, such as personal experience as a base for writing stories. In addition, this room also discussed about technology used in English learning, like that found in social media and popular gadgets such as TikTok, which can support the online learning needed during the COVID-19 pandemic. Meanwhile, in breakout room D, a language study program like what we have here in our English department can also talk about how to improve communication skills by use of digital comics as one form of innovative teaching method for engineering students. In the Philippines, there was an idea on how to make use of a decision tree for evaluation in blended learning. Back in Indonesia, Sumba, however, a horse riding experience makes students learn about the metaphors used in marriage ritual speeches, which is similar to the learning of word formation in Sundanese food names. Now, room E discuss more on how online platforms becomes the result of the COVID-19 pandemic impact. In response to this, ideas on using a feel, fun and easy English learning, or SEFT, spiritual emotional freedom technique methods, can help students have a happier student life. Now, those discussions in the breakout room turns out to be relevant also with the discussions presented by our plenary speakers from this evening, where, among others, Associate Professor Patricia Hart will tell us about the folklore of the Malaysian mask, and Dr. Angelica and Miss Emilia use stories as a way to make students think about the building up of a business. Then also Professor Navita Dewi, who also opened up the way for multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary studies that can help our cross-bordering of language studies. This is in the same line with this morning's plenary, where Professor Radhika Gajala suggested that transnational and cross-context digital teaching projects, which focus on transnational collaborative research, online teaching assignment, online learning through feminist pedagogy, and different perspectives on online teaching classroom, should ever be more polished to make our education experience more successful. Although in learning about a language, the film media, as informed by Dr. Adiangono, is being challenged with the hyperreal environment of digital performing arts. Nevertheless, as proudly suggested by Dr. Henny Hartono, an international office of universities could make that even more successful by making students use their communication skills, interpersonal skills, problem-solving skills, and adaptability skills to become students who are more globally equipped for worldwide job opportunities. So the question, Can arts be married with entrepreneurship to produce qualified language studies teaching and learning environment? I believe you will agree with me that our experience and discussions today in our sixth Celt, culture, English language, and teaching international conference here today gives us the answer, yes, it can. Thank you everybody for such great participation, and we look forward to have you again in the next 3 years. Thank you. I give the time back to our MC.
Dr. Eka, thank you for your closing speech. We know that the sun is going down, but okay, we still have energy. And before we say goodbye, again, let's take a photo, some photos. So please turn on your camera, and then we will take some photos. Okay, please, Mas Gali or Timothy.
Yes, everyone, please, on camera this time.
On 3.
Oh, maybe wait, Kak Gali.
Yeah.
It it's not everybody here on their camera on. Put their camera on, so maybe we are going to wait for a moment, please. Everybody, would you please turn on your camera, put your best smile and your best poses.
All right.
All right. Okay.
Are you ready? Okay. On 3, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Next. On 3, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Next. All right, on 3. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Again. On 3. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, again. Oh, there is the last one. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Kak Gali,
yes.
and thank you so
Irene,
much. Yes.
Irene, I'm going to read the announcement.
Okay, okay.
So there are 3. The first is for the speakers. If you want to write a paper to be published by the committee, and the due date for your written paper is on the 22nd of August. So please send your written paper to our email fs@unica.ac.it, and I think Mas Gali will inform you later. So the due date is 22nd of August. Okay, and the number 2 is for the certificates. We try to send you the certificate this evening via email or via a group for the speakers, and for the audience we try to do our best to send the certificate tomorrow. So for the speakers, hopefully tonight, and for the audience tomorrow. And of course then we really expect to see you in 3 years time for the Celt conference 7, the 7th Celt conference. So we still have 3 more years. So I hope to see you in 2024. Okay, Erin.
Okay, sure. But first of all, thank you so much, Ms. Eka, for the wonderful closing statements, and very beautiful too, Ma'am Eka. Thank you for Kak Gali for operating the photo session, and thank you, Mr. Retang, for the announcement. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have finished our 6th Celt International Conference with a fruitful discussions and precious experiences. We thank you very much for your participation, and we hope that this conference benefited us all, and we do hope that we can still connect together each other in the future. Is that right, Mr. Retang?
Yes, Irene, of course.
Of course. Okay.
And yeah, and also we want to apologize to all of you if there are inconvenience during the conference. And once again, thank you so much. Stay safe, stay healthy, and see you in 3 years' time. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Goodbye. You may leave the room Zoom right now. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Retang, Irene, and everyone.
Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Thank
Thank you, speakers.
Everyone. I love you. God bless
I love you all.
Bye.
Thank you,
Thank you very much.
Novi.
Bye-bye.
Yes, yeah, bye-bye, everyone.
Novi.
Patricia.
Yeah.
Okay.